Close it up, Ron?
Yeah.
Okay. 8:02. 8:02, great. All right, at Clackamas Fire, we're always here for you. Our values, our people who serve. Our focus is on establishing teams, trust, empowerment, accountability, mindset, and service. Let's see. Calling the meeting to order for ORS 192.610 to 192.705. And for ORS 192.650, this meeting is being recorded. Let's see, flag, let's stand for the pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Hey, votes to Andrew for getting the coffee pot working. There you go. Thank you, Andrew. All right, Chief Brown, any changes to the agenda?
Nope, the agenda is as stands.
Okay, and public comment, Michelle, public comment. Okay, so, Chief Stewart, I'll just turn it over to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be great. I appreciate that, with the president of the board. And everybody in attendance, thanks for coming today. Thanks for dedicating today to, making Clackamas Fire better over the next 3 fiscal years. Is the intent of the work today, is to look at, who we are, what we do and how we do it. Walk through different aspects of our organization and look at our organizational priorities, see where our weaknesses and challenges and opportunities to improve our. But it's supposed to be a day of discussion, a day of exploration, and a day of consideration. So the intent at the end of this session today is that this group has a shared understanding of our baseline and of where we want to proceed, but really also to receive from the board consensus direction on what strategies you would like the administration and the team to build out into goals and objectives for the strategic plan. So this will be a fairly high level day in terms of the output, but that work should guide the direction that the administration takes as we build the plan for your later adoption. So I'd like to thank again all the C&G, the local for participating today, the board for taking the time out, and then especially our facilitation team. So I had the opportunity to work through some strategic planning with the Oregon Fire Chiefs with this team back several months ago or a few months ago. And I got into a conversation with Dave Pickard about our planning process and them being incorporated into the process. Just kind of grew naturally out of those conversations. They've got a lot of experience facilitating strategic planning, and they've done a lot of work ahead to get us to a good solid starting point. Knowing that it's going to be about our conversations and our discussion and our willingness to be open about our strengths, weaknesses, opportunities and challenges to make us better. But with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Chief McPartland.
Actually, we'll start with, I'll start real quick on introductions, just because I guess you guys all know each other, right? So, or should we go around the room real quick? Tell me if that matters or not. Not need to? Okay. Good. I think I met most of you, but I'm Dave Pickard. I get the awesome opportunity to work with these guys. And I also get to work with the Oregon Fire Chiefs, but facilitating these are fun. We learn a ton, but as Chief Stewart said, this is us just recording and documenting and helping you guys come to some of your plans. And we'll work through, we have some, just as we work through the process, Jeff will talk about some ground rules and the board roles and different roles we take. And then we'll talk about your organization as a whole and your organizational statements. And we're gonna get into some sections about your organization. We're gonna really open it up. And I think it's awesome with the board and your command staff here to do it together so that everybody's working off the same page of music, and it makes it kind of fun. There's food, plenty of it, so eat. I'm a big fan of M&Ms, they keep you going all day, so eat your M&Ms as we go. Any questions before we get started? And we'll take breaks as we need to.
Yeah, I just want to say a couple of things too, as we get started too. So first of all, I'm going to reiterate what Chief Stewart said. Thank you guys for being here. I know some of you guys were voluntold to be here, but that's okay. Some of you didn't have to come, some of you did, but thank you for being here anyway. You know, I didn't really get a chance to talk to the rest of the board, about today, but, you know, so you guys feel free to chime in on this, but at the end of the day, I think the priorities for us are pretty clear because I think we're all on the same page on this. Once again, you guys step in if you think, but I think one of the things where we feel is important is, first of all, the health and welfare of our people. I think our people are really important to us. And Heather and her team and all that have done a great job. And of course, command staff and everybody's done a good job of supporting that. And I think that's shown is that keeping our crews, healthy and, both, from a mental health standpoint and a physical standpoint, and, having a healthy workforce. And then when we have people in our organization who are struggling, you know, to continue doing what we're doing, to help them, be as close to 100% as they can. I think that's important to us. One of the things that are important to us, is really important to us, is our workforce, and keep investing in them as we move forward from a health and safety perspective. The other thing too, that I think we all see is our increasing call volumes. I think call volumes go up. We're not building more stations. We're not really adding more resources. The levy we passed is helpful, but at the end of the day, our call volume is still going up. And so we need to work with, I think we need to continue to work on ways of mitigating that. I know one of the things that we're trying is the not responding to alpha calls, but you know, that comes with issues. I mean, that comes with issues with if somebody has to respond to those calls. And if it's still a challenge in our community is these low acuity calls. We're just not taking that role on right now, or at least trying that. And I think that's a step in the right direction, but we still have a low acuity challenge in our that's growing. And the other thing that doesn't address is the frequent caller. I mean, the person, the diabetic that uses meth, and we go on them 10 times a month or 15 times a month. We're still going to respond on those frequent callers. And yes, this is a public health challenge. But once again, I think we need to be on the tip of the spear of looking for ways of working with that as we run out of money for our lower acuity programs, which is happening. I still think we can't just walk away from that. We have to look at ways of addressing those frequent callers and those low acuity needs in our community to try to keep our call volume from being. It's going to increase. Let's just slow the increase down as much as we can to keep the impact. And once again, as our people, you guys know this, but as our people respond over and over and over on the same people, that affects their mental health. And it doesn't help when our people are sitting on scene with a relatively low acuity patient for 20 or 30 minutes waiting for the ambulance to get there. And then a fire breaks, somebody goes over and listens to the ops channel and advises everybody else what's going on in the fire that they're missing. And that affects their mental health, right? So that's, you know, so I think as we move forward, we need to look at ways of, you know, continuing to deal with those challenges that we have in the community as well. You guys want to chime in on any of those two things? I have one more.
And just as I think as we walk through the different organization priorities or people, financial health, emergency response, and community resilience, I think we'll have the opportunity to unpack each of those topics a little bit more. You know, if we want to step into the process a little bit.
And the last one too, that I feel is, I think over the last 5 years or so, since the wildfires, our organization's done a really good job of improving our knowledge and skills and everything when it comes to non-EMS calls. Is that the water rescue team up there? That's a perfect example of how we've done some great work with water rescue, hazmat, firefighting, wildland firefighting. You pick it, we've done a lot of stuff. But I think on the EMS side, that's been a little, how do I say this? Status quo, if I will. I'm just going to use some status quo. And I think I would like to see us ability to put maybe a little bit more energy. I know Chief Bauer's got some great ideas. I've talked to Chief Nealon about this as well. I think they've got some great ideas. And there were some great ideas that were shared by Chief Huffman over the last few years too. Some of those things worked, some of them didn't. But I still think we should still try to bring our EMS training knowledge ability up. And I know Chief Nealon's got some great ideas moving forward in the next 2 or 3 years. I think we just need to get behind some of those things, those initiatives, and continue to try to get our EMS training and the things that we're doing around them operationally up to the same level that we've done with our non-EMS stuff as well. So those are kind of the areas that I've seen over the last few years that I think we should continue to work on and maybe moving forward. But I would love to hear anybody else's opinions on this, but I think those are the big three that come to my mind. So anybody else? Chris, you gotta have something. I know you two.
Oh, I know, I just think probably if we're gonna spend 8 hours doing this, we're gonna hit everybody's high points sooner or later.
I think that's a great way to articulate that. I think that's the purpose of this is to be able to get some of that stuff out.
We'll dive deep into those. And I would just say before Jeff starts, I was thinking I was driving up here. So in 1986, I was the guy tested to be a firefighter, right? And Clackamas Fire Department, those of you that was one of the places to go. And I think that's remained this entire time. I remember people that I was in school with, this was the place to work. And I think that hasn't changed. And we're gonna talk about a little history there, but in having the chance to work a lot with Chief Stewart on his work, I think you guys lead all that. So we're gonna just unpack all of those things today and I think capture, hopefully, everything you just brought up, divide those up and then come up with this master list that we leave here today to start drilling deeper into those. But your points, you must have read the PowerPoint because we're gonna go through some of those points as we go through that. So save those and then for all you guys, we'll build those up. And the mental health part, we were here for Struggle Well, it wasn't very long ago, but I was talking to Chief Edmonds on social media stuff and I just had some questions for some help. And wow, just you were fired up about it and what you can do, but watching that process as we go through that has been a lot of fun. So I'm honored to be here. I think it's awesome. And I think it's really cool that we get to walk through those. And thanks for setting the segue to it because you laid it out perfect for us.
Well, it's not an exhaustive list, but I think it's a common thread that, you know, this group has been in the home since, you know, in the last several years. So.
Excellent.
Katie, we're spot on. We live, fire service today lives in a world of competing values. And you said it well, more with less money. That's just where we're headed. The call volume is gonna go up. The demands, we respond to everything. We're first out the door. We're no longer the fire service, we're all hazards. And the revenue is getting tighter. It is not gonna keep up with inflation. And when you look at buying a rig, wasn't that long ago when you buy a brand new Pierce top drawer Velocity for $700,000, and today you're buying an Enforcer, a lower quality Pierce, not that Pierce makes low quality things, but a less expensive Pierce. For $1,700,000, and it may take 3-4 years to get it. It's just a crazy time. We live in this time when your demands are gonna go up, the call volume is gonna go up, and the money's gonna be tighter and tighter. And if ever there were a moment to hit pause, relook at where we're at and plan, it's now. 480 BC, Thermopylae is recorded as the first time. Thank you for smiling. I was not there. I just want to tell you that it was not 480 BC, close but not. It's the first time that historians believe strategic planning was utilized and started that whole process. That was when the Spartans took on the Persians and they got in the valley of Thermopylae, and actually 300 Spartans held off thousands of Persians, made it so that the rest of Greek's army got away, but sacrificed themselves in a very strategic battle that lasted for days. Strategic planning has been used in the military forever. Obviously dating back then, but World War I, World War II, it's clearly been a process in the military. It wasn't until the turn of the century that strategic planning got involved in business, and it struggled. Somewhere around 1930, it got pretty frequently a factor of how large businesses ran. And then after World War II, it became regular process with large companies. In 1974, a guy named Drucker came out and said, you know, the reason strategic planning is not working today well is that we're not building on a solid foundation. And that foundation is your mission, vision, values. We got to know who we are, we got to know where we're going. And I brought this up as a hand prop that I'll pass around. I got this from the chief a long time ago. This sits on my credential next to my desk. And this was from Conrad Christensen. I'll pass it around. But I loved it because this district clearly got it then and has led. You were, I think, the number 2 district that got into accreditation. At the time, it was viewed as the future of the fire service. Wisely, you were one of the first ones to get out of it when it got extremely expensive and lost its way. We're not being recorded, are we? We are. We lose about 5 seconds of that. This district has always led. I look at your mission, vision, values. I look at your past strategic plans. I look at who you are. You know, on the drive up today with Chris, when I first started working in this area many years ago, there was on the corner of every little town, there was a fire department, Clark's, and just the list goes on and on. And in serving the public, led with mergers and consolidations. I don't know how many districts you brought in now, 8, 9, 10, but a volume.
Yeah, 15 or 13.
13, yeah. It was the right call to do.
Well, yeah, but
A second seminal moment in Gordon Thomas. Second moment in time when strategic planning for public entities and for businesses occurred in 1981 by a guy named George T. Dorn. And George did a great job bringing together the key components to make a strategic plan work. And he called it SMART. You've probably heard it before. The S stands for specific. The M stands for measurable, the A achievable, the R relevant, and most important, the T time bound. And there's a lot of groups that do strategic planning, and oftentimes they go through a day or 2 process, make this great document. We call it VHB, a big honking binder, right? And then they put it on the shelf and forget about it. And if it doesn't have all of those components, it becomes a dream and it doesn't become reality. Most important piece in all of this is that it's time bound. And when this is all done, we'll work with your staff to put this into an engineer's Gantt chart. So you'll have your main goals, your objectives, and under those you'll have action items. So as you meet on a regular basis, things will pop up under one of your goals that is an action item that was due on that day. So we're going to treat it just like building a house. We're going to need to know what has to happen first, second, third, fourth, until we achieve that goal that is well defined. Goals that are objectives that are open-ended, that are, I have to be really careful because we're being recorded, that are fluffy. We're not going to get those. So what we got to do is have well-defined goals, well-defined outcomes. And as you work through this, each of those objectives will have a very defined item that it needs to accomplish, and it will have a well-defined finish, so you know when you got there. And I'll have a champion, somebody here, one of the staff and the board members will be the champion for each of those. So as you meet, you're gonna know where it's going, and you'll have the data right there. Why do we do it? If you are study business and you study public entities and you read leadership and read about the ones that are succeeding, the ones that aren't succeeding, there's a million reports. U.S. Small Business Administration reports that of businesses that fail, 67% do not have any idea of a mission, vision, value, or no strategic plan. Harvard McKinsey actually is the report that I like the best. They state that of the businesses that are successful, the ones that hyper perform, 80% of them have a well-defined mission, vision, values, and strategic plan. It's very clear that doing this planning makes a huge difference in your success. It makes you more nimble. When COVID hits, when something happens that we need to change course, we know where we're at, we know where we're headed. But it also makes it so that you can have a roadmap for the future. You're planning, you're thinking about money, you're thinking about the need of resources and assets. All reports suggest that what you're doing today is what you're doing for some time. It's going to make a huge difference in your success, how well we serve the public, how well we take care of our own. I'm gonna hit pause and get over to ethos and some of the other pieces, if that sounds good.
It does, and if I, still get it real quick.
Yeah.
So you have two things on your desk. This is a workbook and it's not gonna end today. So this will hopefully carry us all the way through this whole process. Don't worry, we're not gonna get to every part of this book today, but as we go through, so that exists. And then the PowerPoint. So those are just documents for you guys to use to follow if you want. Take notes in there. And I think, as Jeff just said, one of the most important part of this, the organizational statement. So I think if Chief would like to talk through those, I'll put them on the screen too, and we'll just review those as the organization.
Love that. Thank you so much, Chief. Appreciate you and appreciate you guys for being here and helping us along with this process. I'm excited about this. I'm excited about the future of Clackamas Fire, and I'm excited about the next few years as we go through this. If you reflect back on the last 5 years, we've been through some ups and downs in this organization. And when I became a division chief in 2019, they're coming up through the ranks. I saw a divide between the labor group and the administration within this organization. And forecasting and seeing how things were going and having the fire chief at the time tell me that I was going to be the next operations chief. I went and I met with labor. We had pizza and I asked labor 3 questions. What keeps us from achieving the mission? How do I help us become who we want to become? And then how do I help you individually? I asked those same 3 questions to 85% of the line staff. I then went to administrative assistants. I went to specialists. I went through managers. I went through division chief and below. And I asked the same 3 questions. And there was commonality that came from that conversation. It was amazing how that conversation opened up the door to really dive into how people view and how they viewed our current mission, our current vision, our current value statement. And a common theme that I heard were words on a piece of paper. And that bothered me. And that bothered me because the mission, vision, and values of this organization should be foundational. That should be what we launch everything moving forward. Fast forward the fire chief's process, and I became the testing through the process, and was questioned by the board of some concerns that the board had. One of which was the culture, the negative side of our culture, modernizing EMS. Much of the same things that Jay spoke to were topics that we discussed and asked what I was going to do to fix that. And if you look at the successful organizations, you look at the successful special forces within the military, you look at these entities that really wrap their heads around a common cause and the commonalities, that ethos. And that's their purpose, that's their vision, that's their mission, and that's why they exist. So as I became fire chief, we threw the data set from 2019, and there were some commonalities that everybody said, and that's really what formed our value statement of teams. Trust was a big concern. People feeling like they were empowered to do their job. The accountability from the very top of the organization down to the brand new individual coming in, and to build on that is really the ownership of each individual and their piece in this cause and this mission as we are pushing forward. And then mindset. why we're here, why we exist. The product that we sell the community. The product that we sell is saving lives and protecting property. And that's why we exist. That's what the customers that we've sworn an oath to protect expect out of us. A mindset of becoming one. Individuals can do good things, teams can do great things. And then that all leads to, as it builds off of each other, to the level of service that Clackamas Fire is expected to provide and that we expect of each other. And so that's where the values were born. And it's really interesting to me as I reflect back and I read Chief Christensen's foundational, because that's the foundation of Clackamas Fire right there. And it had been morphed and changed over the years. And if you really look at the core to what Chief Christensen said on his mission, vision, and values, that was what the organization, where it was born, the foundation, there's a ton of similarities between where we currently are. We are a little bit more wordy in our commitment statements. We're a little bit more wordy in our teams, in our values, and our purpose. I'm a big, and we as an organization, the expectation from the board to me was to push back on status quo and make some changes. And so as we established teams that came from our people, we changed it from a mission statement to a purpose statement. And the purpose statement originally was a little bit more wordy than what it currently says. In 2021, again, going back to, actually it was 2022, Gordo, right? Pushing back to my actions matching the words, we challenged status quo with what we come up with the foundation of our purpose, our commitments and our values. And we brought in a company called All American Leadership, and we brought in about 75 individuals that were made up from labor, non-represented administration, and really looked at whether or not what we felt in 2020 and 2021 still met coming out of COVID and coming out with the direction we were going, if it still matched where we were at. And what came out of it was some really amazing things, some growth from where we had thought our ethos was and established where we're at today. The purpose statement was slimmed down to sworn to serve, dedicated to save. The value statement, everybody bought into teams. Everybody believed in those words, but what was added to it was behaviors to help the newest employee that's coming in understand truly what teams meant, what trust meant, what empowerment meant, what accountability meant, what mindset meant, what service meant. We revamped that. We looked at our commitments and we looked at the purpose. We brought that back to the board, and the board adopted the changes that we've made. And if you look at all of this all leads to what our organizational priorities are, which are in 4 buckets: our people and the people we serve, the financial management stability of the organization, our response reliability, and community resilience. And something that came from the data set and has come from our ethos is the reality that our people and the people we serve, that's like the heart of the organization. But the heart does not pump without the blood. And the blood is the financial management stability of the organization. The product that we offer is our response reliability. And then the expectation from the board and from our community is to help them be more resilient. So every decision that we make as an organization is funneled into those 4 organizational priorities. And thus, that is where our ethos was created. That is where we sit today. And I'm excited to go through this process to make sure that we're still in alignment and making sure that our actions are matching our words and that we are holding to what is sacred to the organization, which is our ethos. So thank you.
Thank you. Perfect.
Did I meet what you guys were asking for?
You nailed it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. And
Did anybody have it differently from what I said? Okay.
And I think the fact that we're doing this today is a testament to what you just said, that lives and breathes that way. And then the goal is just to keep it that way.
Yeah.
And if we don't, I think this is awesome, but if we don't keep doing this, it does end up, as Jeff said, a big binder on the shelf.
That's right.
And we owe it to each other to just keep reviewing it.
So,
Awesome.
So back to the why are we doing this? Interestingly enough, over time, we're testing. There are 6 very specific duties, responsibilities that our elected officials are responsible for and our management staff. 3 of them set organizational direction. That is a mission, vision, value. That is a strategic plan. That's what we're supposed to do. Well court tested with departments when public entities get in trouble, it's because one of the reasons is they haven't done that. They haven't done the plan for the future. Ensure necessary resources. You've heard me talk about this before. It essentially says use the money you have wisely and have a meeting. The board needs to have a CEO that runs the organization. So technically, the way that this looks is like this. You have a board of 5, and we have a board chair, and that board chair and the board work with the chief. Chief's your sole employee. You give direction to the chief carries that direction out, usually through your administration staff down to your firefighter. So interestingly enough, the key pivotal relationship is right here between the board and the chief. And that's what all of this is about. Ensuring the necessary resources, using the money wisely, having a leader that knows the business, knows the profession, and executes your wishes well. The last is to provide oversight. And ironically, it ties both those together to make sure that we stay on point with our strategic plan to give oversight in accounting, finances, and legal. You're supposed to have good legal support to make sure that we stay current. Next slide. You have 3 fiduciary duties, the duty of care. And essentially what the duty of care says is you have to dress up and show up. Come here, be prepared to do business. You like that? I stole that from Ed Wilson. That was a Portland deal. You need to come here as a board. You need to come here as employees to execute your job because that's what you do. Know your agenda, know what's on the agenda, be prepared to vet out those issues. Is this in our mission, vision, values? Is it wise for our money? But the duty of care says you're an adult, come here and act that way. Duty of loyalty. Duty of loyalty says that when you're here, either as an employee or a board member, we're loyal to one thing. That's this mission, vision, values. That's this strategic plan. You're loyal to this organization, the community. It's great to have hearty discussions. One of my favorite hearty discussions was at this district many years ago with a board member named Tiny Wickstrom. I don't know if any of you remember Tiny or not. Tiny got into a heated debate with the staff person who was in charge of equipment about the difference between manual and automatic vehicles. And I'll never forget, this was a long time ago, but it was probably not appropriate for the board meeting because it should have gone through the chief down. But heated discussions are a good thing. 5-0 votes. You know, that's great, and that happens an awful lot. But it shouldn't always happen. It's a good thing to have a 4-1. It's a good thing to have a 3-2. But when we're through with the vote, we close ranks, we go with what the board voted, and we're all lined up together in support of that. Duty of loyalty says you're loyal here. If you're on multiple boards, and I don't know anybody who's on multiple boards, but if you're on the water board, hypothetically, fire board, hypothetically, you're here for fire. Now, I'll give you one story. Thank you for smiling.
Water or not?
I have one situation in the state where I have a fire board member who is also a school board member. And this particular school board was gifted some land that abuts up to the school district, but is up a very steep hill. It's perfect for all the sports. It's perfect for a big gym, which is what they want to do. But the problem was, is they couldn't get water up adequate for fire life safety. So I had a conversation with this board member. And he was pushing the fire board to agree to do that, which was absolutely juxtaposed to the mission, vision, values of the fire department. So we had a conversation about, look, when you're at the fire board, you gotta support the fire board. What you do at the school board is gonna be loyal to that school board, but you're in an awkward position. But here at the fire board, you're pushing fire life safety. So your loyalty here is now to this group, the Clackamas Fire One. Obedient, and I love obedient. If you have kids, you know that word is a challenging word to, my humor isn't pretty good.
I love it.
But-
No, I love it. You're striking.
Obedient means obedient to mission, vision, values, and your strategic plan. Why are we here? Your 6 duties and responsibilities, your fiduciary responsibilities are all about doing exactly what we're doing right now. I do want to talk about rules today, and there are a few. Number one is we have a parking lot. We're gonna hit some issues that we're not gonna work very far through, for whatever reason. They're just too much to get through in the daytime. There may be, other collateral issues with them. They may need a lot more research, and when we hit one of those issues that's just not right for this short time we have today, we're gonna put them on a parking lot and memorialize that. So that they don't get missed or forgotten, but they come back at the right time into the process. So we have a parking lot, number one. Number two is we have an overlord. If we get into a situation where we're beating a horse to death and that horse died 20 minutes ago, Chris Heppel is gonna be the overlord and say, okay, that horse is dead and we're moving on. Number three is our values, and this is really important, and the ethos really addresses that. Today, there's a good chance, a probability that we're not all gonna agree on how something should occur. That's a good thing. But we treat everybody with respect, we follow our values, we treat each of us, we listen, we exchange ideas, and it's okay to disagree. But what's not okay is for any of us to treat anybody less than a full human being, as much as we'd like to. Don't refer to anybody as body parts or anything else. We're gonna do it within our mission, vision, values, and ethos. Ethos is a Greek word, and essentially it means community. What we believe, our purpose, our reason, it stems into ethics. Ethics is 244. Ethics is what society believes. It is different than the Latin word most, which is stems into morals. And the reason I wanted to mention that today is that this is a group event, and we as a group make decisions. And if your morals are somewhat juxtaposed to an issue that we're talking about, keep in mind that there's a separation. What we're doing here today is ethics, ethos, and there may be some times when a moral issue comes up that is a personal, I don't like that, but it may not be for the good of the organization. So with that, what's next up on your slides?
Talk about 4
Oh.
cornerstone documents.
So there are 4 documents that make organizations, especially fire departments, great. First document is the strategic plan, which you're rebuilding today, you've done many times in the past. But the first document is, where are we going? We're looking 3 to 5 years down the road. Where do we need to be money wise, equipment wise, staffing wise to serve our public as best we possibly can? Using every dollar as frugally as we can, but absolutely maximizing the services that we deliver. The second document is standard of cover. And the reason standard of cover is so important is if we end up with a court case, we're being sued, and it just shows our strategic plan, our vision where we want to go. That's not where we are today. So hypothetically, our vision, one of our visions might be able to respond 95% of the time within 5 minutes on a call. But that's not where we are today. And if that were the document, the sole document that went before a judge, what would happen is the plaintiff's attorney would say, Maryland would say, well, you're not doing it. So we need standard of cover, which says where we are. And the great thing about a standard of cover, which says, and I'm making these numbers up, we respond 80% of the time within 7 minutes. the important thing that the standards cover is if you're gonna try to pass any kind of bond issues, if you're trying to make sure that our public knows the quality work we do, they need to know where we're at today. So standards of coverage is where we're at today, strategic plan is where we're going. Financial planning, the last document of the four, is critical. Oftentimes I see people build a strategic plan, but haven't factored in the money. And that becomes a dream when we don't have the money to do it. So financial planning is a critical component. We will talk about that today. And then operational practices is what I call it, but these four dovetail into your four key issues very well. What's next up?
We are ready to roll into.
Anybody need a cup of coffee or a quick bathroom break?
There's a sprinkle donut that's got my name called on it, but I can.
Let's take
5 and grab
5 minutes
donuts and go to
for that?
bathrooms and then we'll get started.
And there are other beverages in the fridge too, if you want. Diet Coke, I'm sure if anyone's interested in that.
They're like a I know most of you over the years, but I don't know that you know the whole team, and I'm not sure that the whole team knows each of you in your role. So my name's Jeff Griffin, and I'm not sure the hat I'm wearing today, whether it's the Oregon Fire Chief's hat or the business hat. But I'm just thrilled to be here. I've been in the fire service for a little over, I've worked in the fire service for a little over 3 decades, going back prior to one existing. When Conrad was over at 74. And I don't remember the first chief. Dave Pickard does health, wellness, and fitness. He's involved in some of the national associations as well as Oregon. Came out of Redmond. He was the assistant chief there at Redmond for a number of years. And now works with us as the managing director at the Oregon Fire Chief. Most of you know Chris Heppel. He retired as assistant chief of Eugene, nationally known for training and doing a great deal of work with education and evolving the fire service. He's just rewritten our toolbox and took it from about 40 hours up to I think 120, but it looks like it's going to be closer to about 250 when you're done.
Yeah, I think it'll definitely be 150, 170 hours, 150, 170 hours.
A gift. If you're looking for somebody who's done it, whether it's Dave or Chris or Les Hallman, I think most of you know Les. Used to be state fire marshal down in Florida, retired out as assistant chief over at Walton. He worked for us and he's out of Egg Harbor area. If we can, I'd love to go around the room real quick so that our team knows each of you and your role and responsibility. Who's
Yeah, you bet, Jeff. Yeah, Dan Mueller, assistant chief, and I oversee emergency services.
and with that, I see that we have a weight issue.
Yeah, you can't discriminate against. He was gonna feed me the donut.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Dan, reasonable accommodation.
It is.
5, Dan.
And Chris,
Chris Edmonds, I help lead the information and public affairs team here. So that's social media, all of our internal organizational communications, our external public facing communications.
Mark Whitaker, Chief Financial Officer.
you were a busy human being.
Oh, okay.
He's got really big brain.
Andrew Gordian, I'm the vice president too for local 1159, and I'm a lieutenant out of Station 7.
Thanks for being here.
I'm Bill Bischoff. I'm the support services officer here.
Doug Whiteley, Division Chief over Community Services.
Thanks.
I'm Thomas Joseph. I have to make a little bit of excuse for being late. Normally it takes about 2 hours for me to put together. And Chris told me skip it, it didn't help. I'm a board member.
What's with that?
Yeah, I know.
Oh,
You think board members will be supportive, encouraging?
You'd think that.
Yeah.
I think he's beautiful the way he is.
Ah,
And the makeup didn't help.
Ethos just went out the window.
Yeah.
Marilyn?
I'm Marilyn Wall, I'm the director. And I did know Tiny Lidstrom.
You did, and an attorney.
What, I'm retired.
Oh, come, yes, maybe, but,
That's not an excuse.
yeah.
Jay Cross.
Jay Cross, director.
President.
Yeah, well, that's yeah, I've been in the 911 system in one way or another for 39 years too, so I'm one of the biggest pain in the asses for our command staff, so.
Glad you're here.
Yeah,
You've seen a lot of change.
we all have our different perspectives. That's one of the things I think that makes our community strong. Especially on this board, we have 5 different perspectives, 5 different points of view. And fortunately, they all focus on the fire district. We want to have a healthy fire district, some of the things we already talked about today, but I think that one of the strengths that we have in this whole group that we have here is we all have different experiences that we bring to bear, and we're going to show it today and continue to show it in the future. So with one common goal.
One common goal. Jay, thanks. Jim?
Jim Suring, director. I started at Clackamas 71 in 1985. Retired after 30 years and then have been on the board ever since. So I've been with the Clackamas for 41 years.
Thank you for your.
I knew Conrad Tiny and everybody else.
He's our historian when it comes to any of these documents that you guys put out. He can tell you whether it's right or wrong or it needs to be
I
changed.
checked them all out. They're pretty accurate. When someone rewrote it, actually was
The original chief of one,
Harry Carpenter.
Harry Carpenter. There was a garage over here, off of Fuller. It was down from where Adnan is.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just up Harmony.
just up on, yeah, that goes way back. His assistant chief, left Clackamas one and went up to, Central Kitsap. And was the chief there for a while, and I can't think of his name, passed away about 2
Bob
years.
Morris.
No.
So Jim Crawford?
No, anyway, I'll think of it. I'll call each of you at 2 AM in the morning.
What are your members?
I remember the name. Chris.
I'm Chris Hawes. I'm one of the directors on the board. And I'm just sitting next to Jimapedia here.
Jim.
And I gotta go see Bill because he's the only guy who said there might be a chance for me to drive a fire engine.
Oh, nice.
You can say fleet make woo-woo noises maybe.
I think good at it.
There's some antiques there now.
I can drive them. Stick shifts do not intimidate.
Please don't call me later and tell me that we hit a tree or something. Steve.
Steve Peters, one of the assistants here. I oversee community services, health, wellness and safety and human resources, and I manage the Sandy contract currently.
Most important job, taking care of firefighters. I love your smile. You get up at 4 every morning.
I gotta, there's work to be done.
All right,
day's almost over.
Stop it out.
thank you for being here early. Again.
Thank you. Shelby Hopkins, Executive Manager in the Fire Chief's Office.
This human, please.
I'm Trent Westenfeld. I'm the newly elected shop steward for the union, and I'm also Lieutenant Station 3.
Thank you for being here. I've never met you, but I've heard so much about you.
Bryce, you're an assistant chief here at Clackamas.
Chief.
Nick Brown, I get the opportunity to serve the amazing people at Clackamas Fire and the over 250,000 people that Clackamas Fire gets to serve.
One of the things I love about this organization is you're involved in not just what we do here at Clackamas, but in the profession. OFDDA, OFCA, if you look around the room, the involvement at all levels. And I respect and appreciate a board that allows their staff to do that. And I will tell you this from the bottom of my heart. I think as much as you bring to the table with what's going on in Salem, you bring back more to the nation. A year on the cutting edge, knowing what's happening in Salem, knowing what's happening in DC. By the way, for me, one of the two seminal moments in my career of events that happened in DC happened this year. It was the expansion of PSOB to pick up cancer. So that happened. It was a battle originally for years. We tried to get it passed to get cancer covered for our firefighters. We could never get it passed. And what happened, and this is credit to the IFF, they actually led the charge. IFC played a big role in it, but I'll tell you a couple of stories that you might not know. They took a pivot and they added it onto the National Defense Authorization Act. So instead of trying to get the laws changed, they actually added it to a funding issue. It went through. Originally, the House passed it, went to the Senate passed it, made a couple minor changes, went back to the House, and then it got held up. It fell off the House bill, and Adam Smith outside of King County in Seattle was the ranking member that got it added back on. And brothers and sisters up in the Seattle area, in particular King County, made a lot of phone calls, pushed, got it added back on, went over to the president's desk to be signed. The president goes, I'm not sure I want to do this, but staff said, hey, you have to do this. And now we have that. I want to start with the cancer issue. We don't have a good exact number, but we think we lose north of 800 firefighters a year to cancer. Number two, and one of the most important things we're going to talk about first up on the agenda of our people is suicide. We lose north of 200 firefighters a year to suicide. We can't get a good number because most of those suicides don't happen at the fire station. We lost one a couple of years ago where a young lady, female firefighter, hung herself off the end of a stick in the Bay Area, which was a tragedy and had a huge impact on everybody in the community but that fire department. The types of calls, the volumes of calls, and things that our firefighters see today is unlike anything that we've ever seen before. We can't overlook either the cancers or the suicides. Next down the list on loss of firefighter life is heart attack. We lose about 50 a year to heart attack. We'll talk downstream about heart attack and some things that we need to do with hydration and some other things. Next down the list is driving. We lose 16 to 25 a year driving. So when whoever's driving the rig later today, no code 3, freeway traffic only. Ironically, the next down the list is training. We lose about 10 to 12 firefighters a year in training. We use 8 to 10 a year in structure collapse, which always blows my mind that we lose as many in training as we do actually at the scene. There's no more precious asset to a fire department than the firefighters. I love what you do with the rigs. I love the fact that we have state of the art. And even if we couldn't afford those rigs, the thing that makes us meet our mission is our people getting there, getting the fire out. The rigs are important to get us there safely, but I can't argue with 1900 and 1901, but I would tell you that if it was the 1988 rig versus a 2024, I'd rather be in the 2024 because they're safer. But it's really all about our people. And I think first up on the list is to talk about us, our people. And what are the key issues moving forward with staffing, with health, wellness, and fitness, with training? So let's start with doing our strengths with our people. Who wants to kick off with some strengths about our people?
And we'll build this as a list, and then if you look, and don't look ahead in your book, that's cheating, but we'll build through all this, the strengths, weaknesses, opportunity, threats, and challenges. And we'll summarize that at the end with some strategies and priorities moving forward. So that's a goal as we walk through this, to do that. And you guys have been leaders in taking care of your people. Somebody tell me how long ago Heather started?
97, 98.
98 is when we are.
As a
It's a contract, right?
contract for about 6 years and then went full time after that.
Okay, I just bring that up because if you think back in the fire service collectively taking care of our people, it used to be that we wanted to give firefighters a physical, and what did they do? Heck, no, you're not gonna do a physical on me, you're not gonna know. Now it's the other side of we almost demanding that, which is good. And fitness on duty, those things that were, then I think back to what Heather led was huge in the state at the time. She was truly a leader in that, and you guys led in that, but there's those pieces of that that have changed that have been good. But I think, as Jeff mentioned, there is so much more that we have to do now, and I think back to sticking a treadmill in the fire station, thinking, no way, I'm not gonna use that. And we were still smoking in the fire station, right? So sometimes you gotta look in the rearview mirror and think we've come a long ways, but I actually think we're just starting. As we have this discussion about people, I really think we're just starting in the things we can do, especially when we talk about mental health. And the things that we thought differently in the past, and now we demand, in a good way, we demand some support for how we manage that. And it's not because it wasn't there in the past, it's because we really did a very good job. Yeah, so we can be better at it now. So with that, we'll walk through this and we just want to culminate how you guys want to do those high priorities for you. Because in the end, this is where probably Clackamas Fire is going to go in the next 3 to 5 years, where those things that really matter. So the first one's our people.
Strengths, what are our strengths?
Driven, innovative. Passionate. I'll tell you, in my travels around the country, if I needed aid, this is where I want to get it. I know so many firefighters, I know the management team, I trust the high level of training and quality in the deliverables. So passion, driven, what are some of the other strengths that you see? Trained, trained. Competent. What are some of the more of the strengths that you see?
Motivated.
Dedicated.
One of the things that I've always seen when I go out to the stations and interview our firefighters is their passion. They're not just good at what they do, but they communicate well. They do a very good job representing the district beyond just the skill that they do, but in their compassion for the people they're serving. What are some other thoughts?
We're competitive.
Competitive. And I hear the rumor is that you're taking over Twalt Valley Fire here soon.
Please. I don't need that right now, Jay.
That's the third thing I've blown today. Can you back up that 5 seconds too?
Come back, Jeff.
Protected in the community for the professionalism.
Yeah.
They display it in the community.
It's a big deal.
They don't know about the technicalities or works, what is inside, but the community has a perception of professionalism and they respect the firefighters of Clackamas Fire.
And I'll double down on that too, I've being on scene for various reasons, either as a professional or just as a bystander, and the folks there didn't know who it was, which was just another person in the crowd, but the professionalism that they have, not just with the patient, but with the onlookers and the rest of the stuff, so they do a good job. They do a good job on the 911 calls.
Good professionals. What are your thoughts?
I think another one, Jeff, is resiliency. Like the fire chief said, I mean, we've had some pretty tough times since 2020. And there's been a lot of shoes dropped on this organization, but everybody, as hard as those things are, the pandemic or the 2020 ARs or budget cuts or whatever it is, our crews, you go back today and they're still out doing everything. Our offices, the support services, everybody's still out there performing at a very, very high level.
Yeah, I don't wanna I'm gonna put you on the spot for just a second, that's okay. So we just had the Oregon Fire Chiefs Roundtable, and I sent Chief Brown a text about this, but he talked about to a whole group of fire chiefs, Clackamas Fire, he was proud, but the challenges and the things, and I don't know if you caught it, but that entire room was totally engaged on a leading fire chief talking about his people, and that it is challenging, and there are things. I thought you did a great job of that, but that whole group, you probably didn't notice. You could have heard a pin drop in that room as he talked about, was you just some of those things. So that is the pride of your people, that do that. And, I was just reading some of your newsletters. Do you write the newsletter? So yeah, nice job. But at the Oregon Fire Chiefs, we're looking at some of this, how do we better communicate to the public about what we do and what our people do? And I was just clicking through your website, reading some of those, and you guys do a phenomenal job of that. And I was at a water place up here during the floods, and it was interesting listening to them talk about Clackamas Fire and the job that you guys were doing then, because that affects the entire community. Everybody saw that. So your people shined then. So it's huge. So good point. Thanks.
In my walk arounds, when I'm out in the field with fire, go please.
Well, I'm just gonna listen to their strength, but
No, please.
I think our unique Clackamas culture is a strength. We've improved and changed a lot, but the heart of who we are.
Yeah.
And I don't know how to explain that.
Yeah, it's perfect.
It hasn't changed much in 41 years. It's just different. You don't
It is.
see it before.
It is a great culture. It is a great culture.
I love your term ethos for that reason. Vision, mission, values, awesome. I think Chief Stewart said earlier, we don't have a vision statement, we have a purpose statement to talk to, but ethos is your heart. It's kind of like a credo. And what makes you truly tick? What makes you truly move and do what you do and why? And you can get on TED Talks and listen to different things of why, but I think you guys have nailed that, and that's because of that. And there's some history to that too.
The things I notice when I'm in the field and I get to look at fire departments across the country, your firefighters are fit. When I look at other departments, you're smiling. Can we turn the recording off?
He's just skinny now.
When I get on the east side of the Mississippi, it's a different kind of firefighter. But when you look at your ranks, they dress right, they're professional, they look right, but they look fit. So I would, whoever's in charge of health, and fitness, you're doing a great job. Other things that are strengths.
Compassion.
Compassion.
I had, recently we had those two vehicles that hit the, two buildings in Boring. I talked to one of the people later and they said they were absolutely amazed because one of the little girls was hurt. I mean, they were in there doing their nails and the wall exploded in on them with a car behind it. And one of the little gals was there and obviously scared and all this stuff. And one of the firefighters stepped in and just held her hand. And he said it was like her dad was there, but it's that she didn't know that her other guy's taking care of the medical, but she needed somebody to hold her hand. And he said he just watched, here was this firefighter just dropped down on one knee and held her hand and told her she was going to be okay. And he said it was one of the damnedest things. He said, you can't train for that.
No, you can't. You can't. Other thoughts? Other things that we're really strong with?
Right. I mean, I think I have a couple questions rather than just maybe thoughts on actual strengths, but like things that I'd love for us to explore a little bit more, like maybe when we talk about our people, what are our strengths in training with our people? What are our strengths with engagement in organizational processes with our people or weaknesses, right? But I think about like, how do we take what we're talking about today and put those into things that we can implement? So like where are we at with training or safety committee or the fit for duty committee or whatever it might be?
Great question.
So I'd love to hear just kind of the group's conversation about those types of topics. And because I think some of those things are what help our team be compassionate, be driven, be competitive. But like, so if we can explore those things that we can put into practice or adjust or reinforce.
And I think a great place to start with that, you're right on, is when you hire. How do you hire people that are gonna do everything we're talking about right there? And part of that is, we're talking about your organizational statement. Do their values fit with the organization? Are you hiring people that have those same values? But let's dive into what in our people, why are your people like this? What are those things that are making them like that?
I think you hit on it with, I think we have a really good recruitment and hiring process, like we're hiring good people. We just had a new academy of 16 start yesterday that I think has some great people in it, including, laterals from other organizations. Our recruitments for admin staff have been really competitive and brought in some folks in the middle of their career that bring in a lot of experience. And so I think we've been fortunate to have some very successful recruiting.
Where do those?
Where are we with training? You brought up training. What are the strengths there that you see?
I would leave it to ops and the people that are doing the work and Bill's folks and.
Yeah, this is, I'll kind of dive into this a little bit, just so it makes sense to facilitators as well. We had a drastic shift in how our organization does business a few years back with the new shift assignment. And the shift assignment broke down what we were used to for so many years, knowing everybody who worked at every station, what day they were working, communication and everything. So the new shift assignment had a lot of great benefits to it, but there was a lot of adjustments that we had to make, whether it's support services, how we communicate internally, all that. And so one of the things that we did in kind of getting to the training level is that this is specifically speaking to the firefighters on the line. We had to put a lot of it on them. The training on them, because now it was no longer a Monday through Thursday training cycle. It was a Monday through Sunday training cycle to account for all the professional development, testing, training, all that. And so we decentralized our training office and we pushed it to the line. The great thing is that our line firefighters are already used to that, because if you go to our training center on 130th, we have a 1984 concrete tilt up. It's pretty sweet. But it only does so much, right? I think our firefighters are great because they take the cup of coffee and they go walk through the apartment complex, or they go do a bulk load stretch through the 3-story or the center hallway building. I think the training mindset that we have had since, since Director Steering was, started in the organization, is that's the one thing that has kept us going. And with that, we have such a diverse response area and we talk a lot now about the wildland firefighting. We're not the city of Portland who does city grid work firefighting, right? You can run 3,500 calls in Oak Lodge or go to Eagle Creek and run 400. But out of those 400, you're going to run the concentration of severe, high impact, high acuity calls is going to be there, right? And so there's something to engage people. And I think the training component is that our firefighters are self-initiated with that. And we really relied on them to be that. That's what makes this place great. We are in catch-up mode of professional development with company officer training, battalion chief training, but firefighter probationary training, we kill it. Apparatus operator, the training, probationary training, we kill it. And then when the guys take the cup of coffee and go out, guess what? Everybody on the crew gets training. So our training system is different than a lot of other agencies. But we do it every single day. And I don't even think it's just so customer. I don't think our people even realize that. So
You hit on what may be a weakness, and don't lose it, but that's the next level up. This organization, this organization has always had just incredible talent, top down. But you're suggesting there's a little bit of a hole there now?
So a couple of years ago, we really sat down, and we spent about a year trying to set up a professional development pathway from firefighter all the way up to division chief. And we just never had it. We never had it written down in the field goal. The posts are always moving, right? The goalposts are always moving. And so we wanted to put something down and memorialize it. knowing that it was gonna be a little bit of a struggle to get it off the ground, because this is the first time our people have seen an actual, like, an actual document that says, hey, this is a path that you have to go. So we're a year and a half into that. And there's definitely struggles with it, but it's super important because it's been a massive gap. It's been a massive gap. I mean, we had, I think every time we talk to at LMC or we have a meeting with the local, we have promote people. Hey, what can we do better? It's always the professional development. I've never been taught to be a company officer. I've never been taught to be a battalion chief, but now I'm in charge of all these people, HR issues, critical conversations, strategies and tactics. So we're trying to formalize that, but it is a big machine that's really expensive and really timely to make operate. And so we're just in I feel like we're in the infancy of it. And we're using curriculum that like the NWCG, taking a page from the Wildman playbook a little bit, because they do a lot of professional development and leadership and mentorship. And they do it really, really well, standardized across the country. So we're taking a piece of that. And then we're also trying to make things our own as well, specific to Clackamas Fire. And then like looking down the road in this process, like my section and probably Dieter's as well is completely filled with those type things, because it is going to be us for forever. I mean, we have to commit to doing that, and it is a massive gap that we have.
Well, so I want to crystallize what I think I heard. Line firefighters, top door, awesome. But as we go up through the officers, but through the ranks, we're struggling getting them ready for those roles.
Yeah, it's a big part of it. Yeah, and one of the big challenges, Jeff, is the timing of it too. Like when we implemented our D shift, we created a whole new battalion, and we are at the mercy of the civil service list and how many people we have on it. And then at one point, we just overnight, those people are in leadership positions, right? Well, we didn't have time to get them developed. So what we're trying to do is say, hey, let's start, when you're thinking about this as a 2-year firefighter, start thinking about where you want to go, and let's start filling those gaps a little bit. So that time you're now sitting on the lieutenant civil service list, and the organization goes, okay, you got certified last night, we're promoting 10 people. We have to have you ready at that point. And we haven't been there. We've had a lot of growth in it, and the time constraints really are difficult with our promotional testing, and it really hamstrings us a little bit. So I kind of fall back onto what I said earlier, is that our people are out there, our line firefighters are out there trying to make themselves better on a daily basis. And they're watching what right looks like by somebody who'd learned already. But we haven't given them necessarily the path. Here's your book on how you're going to do this, or here's your instruction. They've kind of been a lot of motivated, self-initiated. We have, I think, decades of history doing that, because our growth has been so substantial. It's been challenging.
Yeah. I think that's huge what Chris is working on too with fire chiefs too. The same thing happens with fire chiefs too. Is the same exact thing, is that boom, there you are, you're a fire chief now. And so that we're gonna capture all the sections. You just nailed that, which is great. And I think who would have ever thought that we would have a promotional process for a company officer that may have only been in a handful of fires their entire career.
Right.
And now they're a company officer, and it's like, wow, wait a minute, that's the last time you're in a fire was in your concrete tilt up. And so, but now you're in charge of that group. So yeah, we're gonna hit on all those. That's really good. Thank you for sharing.
Chief, could I just add and kind of crystallizing and say this is one of the key observations I've seen too, is that this organization, right? If you start from the beginning, at the bottom of this organization, we say, hey, don't try to figure it out, right? Like you're gonna have it's an apprentice culture, right? You're gonna learn through the ranks by following someone else. And then once you get to the other side of that bottleneck, at the battalion chief level up, we start saying, figure it out on your own.
We gotta work on that. It is a different job. And we live in an odd world. In an emergency, we're quasi-military, right? We have an officer in charge that is in charge of that event, whether it's a NIMS type event. But when you're not on a fire scene or an EMS call and you're in the grocery store with civilians, the skill level is totally different. Now we're in a political setting and evolving our people beyond the task to tactical to strategical, depending on where they're at, knowing what to say. I cannot tell you how many lawsuits I've seen start with the fire department where a newscaster would get in front of a firefighter and ask a question. That firefighter didn't get the politics involved and went off about how they would have fought the fire. Those are skills that are trained. Let me ask an odd question. And if I go too far out of line, throw your yogurt at me.
I don't know if there's anything you could say that's out of line, Jeffrey.
Oh, I work on it. I've already been out of line 3 times and we're racing parts of that. Is that right? Sorry to all. I said that earlier. I see firefighters as a full human being on and off the job. And this department's been different, but I've seen a lot of departments focus solely when their boots here working. And we lose sight of the individual off the job. And I can't tell you how many firefighters we lose, not because they didn't love the district, but because of divorce, financial problem, not ready for promotional. You know, they always wanted to be a captain, but never were mentored and coached to get there. And so when I look at my firefighters, you know, my disabling injuries, in the old days was 4-to-1 ratio. I think it's less than that today, but in the old days, I'd have a firefighter disabled from a fire injury, blowing a shoulder or a knee. 4 times as many were off the job, snow mows. And it's a different culture. I mean, in the middle of snow with your snowbow and your buddy says, "Here, hold my beer, watch this." Nothing good gonna come out of that, right? But I get more injuries off the job. Now, I don't know what the ratio is today, but I still know that we lose more firefighters from personal activities. And when we lose them, I don't care whether it's on the job or off the job, we lose an asset. We lose the ability for our teams to be cohesive, fully staffed, doing their job. So do we have any processes for developing folks? And I'm a little bit far afield, but I've always dreamed, wouldn't it be great if when we brought a firefighter on, we sat down with them, with HR and said, "Hey, let's plan for your retirement. Have you looked at how you're gonna have PERS ready and your financial items in order?"
Jeff, we provide that as the local, when we do orientation with new members in academy. We explain everything from PERS, their 457, all their retirement plans, talk about health insurance, talk about how to access all of that stuff, and then like answer those questions. And then providers, like, give ourselves the opportunity for them to think about it, sleep on it, and then ask the questions again that come up during that period of time, just so that they can kind of have that knowledge of, they're not leaving money on the table, they're preparing for retirement so that they can be successful financially when they retire. So, yeah, we provide that in like a half-day seminar.
And
Yeah,
does that include financial planning?
to a certain extent, but since we're not certified financial planners, we're not gonna give
So do
specific
you
financial
make-
advice.
Do
But
you make that available resources for them?
we provide them resources where they can go
That's what I
seek out
mean.
personal financial advice, yeah.
And I love that. I remember like when I first got hired, right? Like it's the union, my cap sat me down and kind of like, this is the plan, right? Like you landed your job and let's make sure that you make the most of it, that you're successful in retirement. And I love that. Again, a half day benefits from the union and just kind of, these are the resources. This is fantastic. But I was thinking about it earlier and then just tying into this. I don't want, like, we have an organization of 412, 415 some odd people. And we've got people who work in fleet who get hired, who have their own retirement goals and their own needs. And we've got people who work in administration that have progression and professional development interests and concerns. So as we talk through, how can we improve the organization? I think we just want to make sure that we address each section, and maybe they're just a little bit differently. But, you know, because there's different needs, but that everybody, for me, is holistically cared for from the time we hire. Until they're set and off into retirement.
And there's a definite difference in how that happens and the availability to that. And so as I was sitting here listening to what everybody was saying, I kept thinking, well, how has that been for me throughout almost 27 years? What about, you know, the staff that I work with, and have those benefits been afforded to them as well? And I don't know if I would say all the time. I would venture to say that, you know, it's 10% of the workforce and probably not so equal. You know, the training that our, you know, fire line side gets is amazing. I hope and wish that we could also provide level of training to our non-line side of the house. Now, the opportunities are there, and I've benefited from that, and I'm super grateful for it, especially in this last year. I've had a lot of opportunity and just want to ensure that everybody gets that, you know. Now it's up to them to do it and, you know, run with it, but, and I do think that we support them. It's just, it is different.
I'm glad you brought that up because, let's go back to this real quick. Figure it out on your own. So I get to teach, 380 and 381 leadership classes to the Forest Service. And we did a class about 2 weeks ago, and what came up in leadership was figure it out. They were talking about how do you do that? And a bunch of people brought up, well, you're just told to figure it out. And I bet in the admin side of things, there's more than the fire side of figure it out.
Well, and I think, you know, the fire district has, when I started, you know, we promoted our farm team. So, you know, I started in training and I worked there for 9 years, and then I had an opportunity to the fire marshal's office and moved into different roles and had those opportunities to move up. And but lately, in the last couple of years, we do hire more specific pointed to a logistics manager or a communications person, you know, and I think that's great also. And it's amazing. It's just different ways of working and progressing through your career. I chuckled about your L381 because I had the opportunity to go to that this last weekend up at IMTA in Tacoma. And so
it's a great class.
Yeah.
But it dives into some of this stuff that you're not thinking about. We start the class out, but it's not about the fire anymore. And I use the analogy that says it's we don't have a lot of, we don't have a lot of fires. It's the people stuff that eats our lunch. And so we train and just like you guys brought up, it's awesome, but sometimes we can't lose sight of the fact that there's all those other components that make the organization run. And if a paycheck doesn't show up, or you walk into the doctor and hand them your insurance card for your healthcare and they say, well, that doesn't work anymore. Those things are huge. And if they're not taken care of as far as the people go, those are big deals. So just today, as we go through those weeks, opportunity and threats too, and challenges, is don't forget about that whole other part of the organization. And I used to always laugh, sometimes light duty has great healing powers, but it also, if you put someone Monday through Friday and have them work in admin, their perspective of the organization is dynamically different. It's like, oh my gosh, there's a lot going on here.
And I've heard that so much throughout my career where people are like, I had no idea this is what you guys do.
Yeah.
And then you also build a relationship with the, you know, long term,
Yeah.
because you've had that opportunity to work with them.
And there's respect that comes out of that. So we'll capture some of that too, that we can't lose sight of.
Ironically, when we look at from our end, you'll see lawsuits with operations, almost never with fire. Failure to extinguish or reignite, very rarely do we see a medical lawsuit with the EMS. Occasionally, but not very often. Where we see most all the challenges are in HR, hiring, firing, promoting, demoting, all the people skills, the communication side. And your point is well taken. That's something that we can strengthen. Jim?
You know, back to the things that they would do well, and certainly since Chief Brown's been the fire chief and the current team that he's built around him, one of the things I appreciate is that they look at why we're doing some of the things that we're doing. And if the answer is because we don't settle with because it's always been done that way. We look at why we're doing things and we look at things that we're doing well and we try to invest in those things, and we look at things that we're not doing well. And we try to figure out how to change them. And even if, something that's happening, like, for instance, I'm just gonna bring up this example. Not responding to alpha calls, we're gonna try it. We're gonna try it, see what works. If it works, then we're gonna mature that a little bit. If it doesn't work, we're gonna make changes. And I like that. I like that idea. We're gonna try something new. We think it's gonna work. But, why are we have a good answer of why we're doing it, and it's legitimate. And with the idea that there's no way it doesn't work, we're gonna make changes. And I really appreciate that about the staff, is that, and it's not just operations, it's other things that we look at. We look at these processes, we look at things that processes and activities that we do, and we want a solid answer for that. And is it, as Chief Brown says, is it juice worth the squeeze? Is it something that has value for our organization? And I really appreciate that too. Yeah, like I wrote down here, if it's not working, we're gonna change it. Or get rid of it.
Let me get back and make sure we're on point. So we've talked about strengths. Did we miss any strengths?
If I could just add, to Gordon's point, just the IFF, that onboarding that they've been providing, because that's something that we could look at or model or see how we can extend that to other folks.
So let's put that as we're gonna go.
Put it under opportunities.
Yeah, I think it's a great option, because I had a question, 16 new recruits. When do they hear about your ethos?
Day one.
Day one.
7 o'clock in the morning.
Awesome. And that is just, that's the foundation.
Why we're here.
It's why we're here.
And I'll even go before that, when they're in their interviews, we hear continually. I will say the next part, we hear a lot about our ethos, and people reading through and are like, there's a couple of them, 2 or 3 specifically, that catches their eye, and they're like, and number one is the health and wellness of our people. They're like, you guys care about your people. They never stepped foot in this organization, but they know it, right? They know it from somewhere. They saw it on there, and then they know a bunch of people that work here, and they know that we, have 1580 requirements. We know that we're physically fit. They're seeing us on social media, like they are piecing that together. So we hear a lot from the chief's interviews of how much they appreciate our ethos. And then, like our chief said, we hit on the first.
Be proud of that. That's awesome.
So we got some strengths. Are there any that we missed that we need to put on here?
Jeff, I think to touch back a little bit, though, I think it really comes down to the selection process that we've developed over the past few years. You talk about some of these folks that are coming in. We select people that are open, right? And they're picking up on these cues that we're putting out about our agency, health and wellness, social media, all that, because I think you can get people that will just bounce off of them. So it was tough, but we changed the way. It's still working within civil service confines, but we developed a hire for character, train for skill. And so we didn't lower a bar, but we removed barriers that are common across the fire service. Number one was the written test. And the written test, you have to have a GED or a high school diploma to apply here anyway. So why do I need to put you through a 100-question test to see if you can do 8th grade math? And have that work against you? Things like that. And so we've just broadened the gates, and it's really worked out for us as far as recruitment, retention, and even the number of applicants that we get by opening the gates instead of closing the funnel. And we made that decision probably 4 years ago, and it took us some time to remove those barriers, but I can't see us going back to the national testing standards and all that, because what we got there was people that could afford to take the test enough times to get into the upper 90s to get into the top 10 of a list. So we've removed those barriers, and I for one think that we've seen a shift in, and I think anybody that was hired before that, we changed that, is better than anybody in the whole world. Absolutely. Okay, me included. But the people we've been hiring, I think the character is there and the desire, the openness to sponge in some of this stuff is more prevalent in those folks.
It's a great career. So let's look at weaknesses. We talked a little bit about weaknesses.
Hey, Jeff,
Please.
can I just chime in quick while he's got that one up? Because Dan touched on it with professional development. I also see professional development as a strength, but an opportunity because it's very inconsistent.
That's what I was
And a
trying to
lot of
say.
that, yeah, it's very, but a lot of it, so much of that's tied to funding. But it's something that the district has to commit to because some of us have gone through certain things and some people don't. And there's a lot of people on the line and staff that really could use that leadership component, some of that extra training that, you know, it's not second nature to a lot of people. So where they can just figure it out.
Yeah, and some of it has that training cost component to it. I think there are some other ways where just kind of mindset is holding us back in providing opportunities for people in that administrative side of the organization. Like, for example, I have somebody who reports to me who's operating at a really high level, probably higher than what we expect for her position here in the organization. And one of the things that I've seen as most formative in her professional development as a leader over the last several years has been serving as a board member in a $50 million child caring nonprofit that's here in the Portland metro region. And so, you know, we sacrifice about 2.5 hours of her time on a monthly basis from the organization for her to participate in those board meetings.
Huge dividends, I'm sure.
But it's huge dividends in her presence as a leader, thinking at a strategic level, understanding the needs of an enterprise and how all the pieces fit together. And so I think there are just some lower barrier, lower cost things that we could do to encourage that type of leadership and professional development in our administrative lives.
Yeah, and Jeff, Mike said we're beating a dead horse there soon, so I'll be quick. Sitting through a 4-day instant commander class this last weekend with instant commanders that were the ICs of Katrina, Helene, the space shuttle reentry explosion. You're looking at having perspective from these individuals that say, if there's 1,000 people assigned to an incident, 40% of those, or 50% in some cases, are the support services side. The other 60% are boots on the ground, right? Every single one of those individuals has a professional development task book and a professional development like qualification that they met, right? So to hit on what Shelby is saying, what Bill is saying, that is it's an opportunity for us when you look at the business services side of like the behind the scenes, the internal operating of our organization. I think there's a huge opportunity there that we could formalize things across the board, right? We fall a lot into operations because that's what people see externally, right? But none of it happens without the people that are back at camp making sausage, right? So we have to get to that understanding and to that and have that be our norm in this organization. And we've been fortunate to have people that are great leaders that just do it right. And if they have time in their busy day, they'll go take another class or something to help, develop them. But we have to look at this as, in my opinion, as a whole thing and not divide the operations. And then you have the other part of flop that it's all equal. Everybody's equal, and we have missed that in funding, time, all that stuff is part of it. So
I want to drill down on a word that you had said and you echoed, inconsistent. Okay, tell me, what does that mean?
Opportunities, I guess. Not everybody has the.
Well, and inconsistent, but not meaning it negatively. But opportunities are there. But it does have, it does go back to the individual and it does go to the organization for like helping acknowledge what those opportunities are and, letting people know that, hey, we support you And they do that. And I have, like I said, I feel super grateful for that support. We just need to be better at really making sure we hit it at all levels.
Communicating it.
Yeah, and you know, being leaders to then bring our people
What are
to
your
that.
thoughts?
My thoughts are, and something that I've fallen into the trap of the last 5 years, is you can lead a horse to water.
Yeah.
You can't force him to drink.
Yep.
And opportunities are there. As command and general staff, we've highlighted the opportunities, we constantly throw them out. But I think this ties into a weakness slash maybe threat, is there's something about people having the ownership to do it, that where they truly grow versus the organization holding their hands and forcing them to drink, right? Nobody truly grows in this life if you do that, and I tend to do that.
You'll resent
And they resent it, right? So it's creating the opportunity, but also having the individual needs to have the ownership because the opportunities are there for.
How do we augment that?
Well, I guess where I was going with it was it was a funding piece. Specifically to like the leadership. Like the one that I went through. I felt that was pretty meaningful, and that was, I think, worth the expense. And so there was a group of us that went through 1 year and then another group the following year, but I know that we haven't been funding. And I think that's something, and again, it's a funding piece, but I feel like as a district, we need to get back to that. Because I've already noticed some of that for some of the other people that have gone through it. And one person in particular is like, it was like 90 degrees.
Andrew, from your perspective, how do we get it down to rank and file? Everybody knows what the opportunities
It
are.
belongs there.
Yeah. What do we do?
I think that there's things that we've learned from like the firefighter side of the business that we've implemented and we've been successful with. And I think that there's a lot of crossover to the admin side and how that's being provided. Like this very finance specific example of financial, like a financial intro. And here's how your benefits work. Here's how retirement works. Like providing that information as a whole right at the beginning is something that we could totally shift just a little bit and provide it to like new admin staff. And I think that you get that benefit. So looking at different opportunities like leadership training or other aspects that can be provided to the other 10% of the organization is going to provide benefit. So
Like a formalized professional development process as well, like the line type did.
Yep.
And that's which would look different. Sorry, it would look different because we're looking at specific ranks on that side where, and I don't like saying sides, but I don't know how else to explain the difference. Where the positions that we have on the business services side, they are very specific to the work that they do versus a firefighter. So figuring out how you can work through professional development.
You're right, and the finance side of that is the maturity organization, when the organization realized they should spend some financial support on the other side of things too, and then the troop side supports that's valuable and there's, as opposed to the other side of it, so.
And I think the organization is very supportive of that, and we just need to figure out a way to really put it out there and formalize it, I guess, because I don't think it's not for lack of support by any means.
You have a difference in culture. What Dan's talking about is the crews are out there training on something every day. So they have call it a habit of learning and training and advancing themselves. You don't necessarily have the same thing in the admin side. It's just not, you guys aren't there doing drills or something. So it's.
Could use a daily, weekly Excel class.
Right.
I mean.
It doesn't help. You'll never understand Excel. It's impossible. It was invented by somebody who wanted to undermine our society.
Let me just steal.
Well, I'm just gonna say, I think that's probably what you have. Somewhere on one side, you have a daily training culture of they're always looking for something to work on. How do you get that to the other side? And it is important because you can teach all the leadership you want, but the people being led need to understand why they're doing it. Otherwise, you have chaos.
gonna steal 10 minutes and drill real hard on weaknesses. We hit a few weaknesses, but I don't wanna not be thorough there. Where do you see weaknesses today in our humans?
I'm just gonna name it. I think that the number one weakness that I've seen coming into this organization is the fact that we have 26 fire stations, 400 firefighters. When you add our additional facilities, it grows to 30, right? And we still operate, I think, from a culture and a mindset of how we relate to each other organizationally, like pre-Oregon City, pre-Milwaukee, right? And that was 10 years ago. Longer than that, right? So that's kind of where I see it in, right? It's still kind of a small department culture. But we are a large $100 million organization now, and we're spread geographically. So some of our practices, right? Like we still all drive to a location to have a meeting in person. And sometimes there are meetings in person that like just have done this over Zoom and saved, but there's just some of those practices that I'm guessing if we drill down below just that one example, we find a lot of ways that the geographic spread and distance between us is negatively impacting our ability to work together and steer the ship.
Okay, good one. We get that captured?
We did.
We did. Other weaknesses.
I think to build on what it's one of the things I've seen, because the other organization, we're doing the same thing. At some point, you go from big, little fire department to being a little, big department.
Yeah.
And it's a bigger shift than switching to, it's same when you have a kind of a large, small company turn into a small, big company. It isn't just flipping two words in a sentence. There's a whole culture change and an operational change and just change. And I think we're in the middle of that right now. And I think because there's lots of history and just background in the fire service, there's gonna be that we've always done it like this. And we gotta figure out, is that still good or is it not? And move from there. Because this is that we're expanding and it's not gonna stop. It's gonna get way more in the next few years. So we've got to figure out, how do we be a big department, a big regional department?
I think we've been in the middle of that for about 10 years.
You know what I love about this conversation is this group.
I think we've been in the middle of that for 10 years.
Oh.
What I love about this group, my work with the big metros, the big cities. Oftentimes. And I keep forgetting we're recorded. Oftentimes I'll see a metro chief in a metro department. Exactly where we're at here, but afraid to recognize that. Where and I want to choose my words very carefully, but I work with some of the largest departments in the country. And when I walk and talk with the chiefs and they let their hair down just a little bit, they'll say exactly what you just said is, we're 1,000, 2,000 firefighters. And they have that challenge of being on that cutting edge. They have that gap. Weaknesses. I'm going to steal 5 more minutes. Let's for sure, please.
I have to take a couple of minutes to explain. My idea is we want to build or instill more pride about the organization, how privileged and benefited this group is in the state. And part of that is, for example, at the end of the year, I think it should be good for everybody to know what are the benefits they are getting. What are the, besides the salary, how much money this organization is spending? And analogy I was going to say, in India, we say an elephant is controlled by a 5'5" man. Little guy. An elephant is huge. Why the elephant doesn't know the size? Because he have 2 big ears. it doesn't see the body. It still thinks it's smaller than this man who's controlling them. So we need to install value in our organizations. And you may not be, this might be a not quite relevant, but I feel as a businessman, every little thing we can do to instill value or pride in our employees is going to help build the morale.
I agree, we forget, we see the paycheck, but we forget all the training and the other benefits.
You know, to double down on what Thomas is saying, those of us that have an opportunity to go to meetings and what have you around that outside of our organization at state level or outside of state level, we kind of, I think, have a little bit different perspective on, we are Clackamas Fire District. The things that we do here are awesome. And the way we're looked at by other organizations in the state, and not just in the state, but in the general region, you know, is we're looked at, you know, at kind of like a big brother, kind of like the people are doing it right. The things that we say from the very lowest brand new hired person that just started yesterday, all the way to Chief Brown, every one of us, the things that come out of our mouth when we introduce ourselves as Clackamas Fire District 1, they matter. They matter. People listen. And just in the simple fact that we have that moniker, and people will ask me, you know, how does Fire District 1 do it? What is going on? And when you introduce yourself with that, you got to realize that what you say positive matters and what you say negative matters. They hear that. And I think we have to understand that like Chris was saying, you know, the little big department. So to some degree, I think you got to be a little bit careful of what you say. But I also think you got to be honored by the fact that other people are watching. So I think if you want to call it a weakness, I think it's a kind of a lack of understanding of how we're into some degree of what we say and what we do. We are being watched. We are being watched by the little fire departments. We are being watched by some of the police departments, certainly Clackamas County Sheriff's Office. And, you know, I think we just need to understand the perspective of how we are looked at by not only, but, you know, I haven't had an opportunity maybe to talk to some of our citizens in our community as much as I want to, but I have to believe, certainly through social media, what Chris has got going on, you know, people are watching. And we need to understand that. So, and I think he does a great job of communicating that, but anyway, that's my perspective.
My interpretation of what he says, we are always in a glass house.
Yeah.
Surrounded by the glass house. So everybody can see what we do. That's the essence of what I'm saying, we should leadership, by example.
I didn't do a good job when I started in, and I want to back up and articulate something for this group. We live here, Clackamas. We respond here every day. And I think sometimes putting our head up and looking at the rest of the world is a good thing to do. So I hinted that I was division secretary with the Western Fire Chiefs. I'm also the lead secretary internationally. So when I work with the other divisions and I look at the Westerns, it's pretty well known around the country that the Westerns are the ones that are moving and shaking and making things happen. You can go to any division and they'll tell you that. Interestingly enough, the Westerns, Oregon is the lead of the West. Now, Washington, I think, is stepping up and doing an awful lot. California is doing quite a bit with Brian Fennessy now and some of the work that he's doing. But if you look at the Westerns going back for a decade with Chief Johnson and others, Oregon has led the charge. And I would stack this department up as far as quality to deliver, as far as passion with the people, with anybody in the country. I don't think you have an equal. And we are being recorded, and I will amplify that for next nudge.
Have we got the threats and chat?
We're gonna get there.
Gonna get there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's finish.
We're moving on.
That was my. Shut up.
Thank you for saying that.
You earned it. Weaknesses, other weaknesses, and we're gonna take a break.
I have one more that I think we need to put in there, because I want to be able to work on this with my 3-year plan, is the culture. we have a good culture and we have a bad culture. And I want to tie the culture into kind of what Chris started with the small agency mentality. What did everybody say? What are the 3 forms of communication 10 years ago in the fire service? It's telephone, telefriend, telefirefighter, right? Now I think we need to start, as our organization is at hundreds and hundreds of individuals, we need to think about swim lanes. What is your swim lane? Like, I have a probationary lieutenant. He has a swim lane of making sure that his company is dialed, that his firefighter and his apparatus operator are taken care of, that he is meeting the intent of the station captain, that he's following the policies and procedures of the organization. I do not need that person in Bill Bischoff's swim lane worrying about what tire tread we're getting on the rig, right? Or, you know, what the sweet idea club that's happening over at station, you know, X, Y, or Z, right? I want our people in their swim lane into focus. I do think there's a lot of mental health fallout from people not being in their swim lane. I think that because we worry so much about what everybody else is doing, and the frustration builds, I think it causes their mental health. It increases cortisol levels where they don't need to be increased, right? And so as we get into this large organization, let's reset our expectation that I no longer need to care about micromanage process or undermine a process. Like, I have my own swim lane. And now we get into the legal component of, we used to know about everybody's HR issues, or, it wasn't hard to find it, it was just running around everywhere. But we have a legal obligation to kind of just stay in our own lane and keep our mouth shut and focus on what our job is. And I think, so back to like the interviews, people come in and say we have great culture. It's great because there's a lot of things about our culture that are phenomenal. Once you get in and you realize, wait a second, like, this person is struggling because every single person in the organization knows what's going on with that individual. And that's not right. So as we look at our 3-year plan, one of our weaknesses, I think, is kind of protecting our people, our membership a little bit better. And then I say membership to everybody in the organization, protecting them by setting clear standards of what is okay and not okay to do. And like, in the professional development side, say, you're testing for this position, this is your focus, right? And then to have people be able to say, you see it, say it, be able to say, no, this isn't a conversation for the table. This isn't a conversation for the bay, apparatus bay, or the fire engine, or whatever it may be. So I just want to make sure we kind of hit that, because there's 2 sides of the coin of culture. I just want to make sure that we address that as we move forward.
Great point. As you're talking, Dan, I'm listening. I think you kind of touched on two pieces, right? There's the swim lane piece, which is both culture and operational and organization operational way. And then protecting the individuals, which absolutely. One of the things that I think we've chatted about, and I just want to see alignment or clarity, and maybe this isn't your point, but is where we breaking down silos and making sure that we're not doing just our swim lane and missing the other aspects of the organization that our decisions impact, or that our workflow impact, or that improve things. Versus, where are we sitting at? It's a nuanced conversation, but I just want to put it out there that we've got to watch both, focus on our priorities, but also make sure that we're engaged enough with other partners. So that we're being efficient and respectful of the impacts across.
Yeah, and I agree. And I think this is like Chris's office was built for the communication challenges that we have in the organization. And communication is, I mean, we talked to fire chiefs and ops chiefs of some of the largest agencies in North America, and they say you will never fix communication. You will never fix it, right? But we're trying to, well, it's job security, really. But my point with it to Brian, like, the organization is working really hard to formulate, to do evaluations on how to communicate, what to communicate, and then be able to distribute. And while that's going on, we have everybody else that has formulated their own opinion with very little facts and just rumor mill stuff. So that's kind of, like, we want to share stuff and we want people to be curious and ask the question, hey, I wonder what's going on in Brian's office.
Yeah.
You know, but be curious and don't just say, yeah, Brian's office is doing X, Y, and Z, right? So I want to just, I think communication is one of those nugget words that we need to throw in with, wait for the organization is going to communicate what is critical. And we want to control our narrative. And we don't want to we don't want a false narrative running around that's causing stress and causing discontent and disorganization amongst our people. So.
Yeah, it's how do we tackle, right? Like, for weeks, we've been hearing that folks want to hear more about our annexation efforts, right? So yesterday I posted a 3-minute video. We put a lot of work into it, right? Here's an update. We sent it out to the whole organization, right? I think last I looked, we've had 28 views or something like that on it, right? And I'm gonna hear from people again next week who are like, we're not hearing anything about this, right? I don't know what's going on. And I'll go back and go, did you watch the video, right? That we sent out. And, you know, and then, you know, we're making a change to our response model. And I just learned, you know, this morning, right, despite the fact that we've got months of work that's gone into it with the talking points, the messaging, the training with the crews, really well formed, you know, we still have, you know, leaders in this organization. I mean, on the line level, you know, at the crew level, leaders, you know, somebody posted something online on social media that was inaccurate, right? And so it's that sort of stuff that I think is tough to get our hands around of, like, how do we get people to buy into the fact that, like, we have a collective narrative, like we have one set of facts of what's happening here in the organization, like, and not having to make it up on our own.
Yeah.
We need to dive into that in another topic too, so don't lose sight of that. It's back to that horse coming to drink. Yeah.
Sometimes those salty oats.
So we take a break. When we come back, we're gonna talk about opportunities and threats. And think outside the organization, not so much inside the organization, but make sure we encompass, we embrace the things outside of the organization. Last chance for right now. Any weaknesses?
A couple. One, I'd say, and this isn't unique to us or any situation over time. I think the rumor mill is awful. I think it's difficult to control that and the message that's being shared, and you know, stuff that gets shared. Anybody in this group, you go, I don't know if that's accurate or not. And a lot of us go do the work and try to find it out, and it's not accurate. I think everybody here could share examples of they've been both sides of that. The other one I would say, this kind of goes with the smaller to large agency, is consistency and understanding of policies and procedures. To really understand what's on the paper there, what are the rules, what's the history of the rules, why do we do things a certain way? And I think a lot of people have lost that connection, understand how we consistently do things.
And consistently holding accountability across the
right,
board,
that's a
right.
tail end of it, right?
But is it, so we're talking people. So is it people's inability to understand or comprehend, or a choice to?
Unwillingness probably is my opinion.
Or is it the machine that is faulty then? So I just want to make sure there's a delineation there.
I think everybody could have probably their own opinion on that. I think it's the decision to not look for it and follow it is my opinion.
Can I throw out just one small, just because I think you're on point, but I also think you can get paralysis by analysis. And when you have an organization that has close to 285 policies, you can become a little bit overwhelming.
For sure.
With that, to where you have paralysis by analysis. And then there's that defeatedness, I'm not even gonna look at it, which is the lack of ownership that you're speaking to.
Yeah, and I think in situations, it doesn't take entire station to know the policy. It takes a captain or a lieutenant to understand it, to share that information when they witness something.
Yeah.
I have a weakness to share.
You can show.
I have many weaknesses personally, but and I don't know how to articulate it, but I don't know if we always listen to what people are trying to say. And I don't mean that as if it's being malicious or people just don't care. I think that everybody is so busy and we're all just really trying to, the grind, like Nick says, and get things done and do a good job. But really listening to what someone's saying and putting aside any perception or perceived like personal bias in it, and like, yeah, you've known me forever and but listen to what I'm really saying, because maybe what I said 20 years ago was dumb back then, and it doesn't necessarily mean me today,
So perfectly.
I don't know how to.
You put it good. To try in one sentence. It's listen to understand, not to respond.
And be mindful of that and just thinking and listening.
Because our implicit bias is such that as I'm listening to you talk, I'm formulating how I'm going to respond, which is not your listening. Right? So I want to listen to understand, not to respond. And that's a mindset shift that needs to be.
I probably need a class on it.
So,
Well, and that's probably hard in an organization like this, because we're all fixers.
Yes.
yes, you're exactly right. That is the problem. And so that's why it takes, your mind works off system 1, system 2, right? System 1 is your autonomic, what happened between milepost 64 and 72 on I-5 today? I don't know, but I didn't crash.
Right, Jeff's right.
Well, there's that. And the other part is meaningful effort, right? And so that's system 2. And so the challenge is, and what we have to train our brains to do is not let system 1 influence our system 2, which is what Shelby's talking about. Because of who we are, our system 1 is going to automatically bias us no matter what the topic or issue is. You're going to have an opinion. I'm a firefighter, right? It's my inalienable right. But I have to cognitively say, okay, I know where I am, but I got to set that aside so I can listen to understand where they are. I had a CIA agent tell me once, back of the C5, traveling to places unknown. He had a case full of money. We were going to places. I'll just say that. And one of the things that he taught me was the fact that the way that they are trained is to get into and understand that person's perspective. So if I'm dealing with talent, my goal is to understand Shelby's perspective. Because now if I understand Shelby's perspective, not only do I understand them and can help move the system or process forward or whatever, but I can also move my own agenda forward. That's the one. But really striving to understand that person's perspective and wiping that out takes cognitive effort. And that psychology is very well documented from that perspective.
There's a 6-minute video that's funny, but if you watch it a couple of times, it has a deeper meaning. It's called "It's Not About the Nail."
Yeah.
And I think probably everybody in here's seen it, but but if you watch it a couple of times and you see the deeper meaning behind that video, it's a good video.
Perspective is a big piece, right? Because as the firefighter,
Just clicked on that video before you said that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's just a classic video.
Mhm.
All right, we take 10 minutes. What we're gonna do is think about opportunities and threats. We'll come back. We're gonna wrap this up. Please.
Really quick, I just wanted to we've got 2 labor reps here, and before we move on, like Trent, I'd be really interested in hearing from your perspective, kind of the newest guy here.
Thank you.
What you're thinking about this.
Sure. I mean, I've got some stuff that more probably is in the opportunities threats region that I want to talk about. I mean, it could definitely go into weaknesses, but I think I could definitely have some talking points for you here coming up quick.
okay.
All right.
Thanks.
We won't,
Sure.
thank you. We want yours.
Yeah.
Let's take a quick break. I'll get in more trouble here. We're gonna embrace things outside of our control. So strengths and weaknesses are really about us. Threats and opportunities would include things outside of our control that might be coming at us. What we'll do is we're gonna fairly quickly do opportunities and threats. And then each of you are gonna take 2 stars And with each item, strengths, you'll put up 2 stars or 2 blue dots, actually, weaknesses, opportunities and threats. So you'll have a total of 8 blue dots, 2 per sheet. And then what we're gonna do is try to consolidate them down. And after we do that, we're gonna actually give you fake money to assign where you put your money. And what we want to try to do is consolidate these down so it's workable. There will be so much with each of the 4 items we're addressing today. There's no way we can knock all of them down. What we want to try to do is consolidate it down, agree to what's most important, and then we'll prioritize those downstream. So let's get into opportunities. And let's start there. We already have a fairly good a start of opportunities. Outside of this organization, what opportunities do you see? Somebody talked about mergers, consolidations downstream. What other things do you see outside of what we normally do?
And I can just walk through because it's already small, just things you've already talked about, which I picked up along the way, or benefits afford opportunities, maybe benefits afforded to non-aligned staff. Also opportunities of, you guys don't, you have a, let's see if it works approach. Talked about the IFF training model, maybe throughout the career, and an example was their financial planning component. You talked opportunities within your hiring process, and I put its evolution, to professional development and it being consistent. Also lower cost and opportunities which are lower cost and barrier removals for development opportunities. Again, non-line training development or opportunities and instill value and pride. Watch what you say because of who we are. That was a J-ism there.
What opportunities do you see out there that we need to crystallize, memorialize up here? Please.
Even though we're what used to be 13 agencies, I think we still have opportunities to partner with other agencies around for both of us to become even stronger than we are today. So future opportunities for future collaborations.
I agree. Other opportunities? Thomas?
To reduce the duplication or the best use of our resources in the community. I would like to see us more partnership with cities, organizations like the school district, such so that we can share. And our district has done well with the cities, like Woodland City, Happy Valley, but we have not done a good job of reaching out, establishing a relationship with organizations like school district. I can't think of anything else right now, but we have, even though we have attempted, but we should not back off and call it off just because they did not respond the first time. So that will be one of our.
Can you help to clarify that, Thomas, a little bit, right? Because like
North Clackamas School District.
Okay.
When Fred was chief, we reached out to the superintendent of the school district to develop some partnership like we do with the cities. But they were not responding.
The school district wasn't responding?
No, yeah.
So if you, because I think like for me, like Schellenberg.
Yeah.
There's the fire science program with North Clackamas, and that's something that we are engaged in. So is it broader than just like a fire science? Is it broader and like, do you mean like in service delivery opportunity? Like what do you mean by?
You are talking about providing service in the school for the fire service or training. I'm not talking about that.
Okay.
I'm talking about the higher level. Like IGA, we have with the cities.
Got you.
The elected officials, of the school district, of the Clackamas Fire, discussing usage of facilities or resources. We can learn from each other.
Yeah.
And we have not, and we reached out to the Tualatin. We had meetings with the Tualatin, and we had all other cities, and we also feel, I also feel, as a organization as such as this, we have an fiduciary responsibility, the neighboring fire districts. To reach out to them and say, hey. Would you like to meet and discuss what can you do or can you?
Yeah, one of the things I'm always gonna kind of go back on is, call volume, as call volume increases, what can we do about some of that stuff? And I think, I don't, maybe looking at something, like, when it comes to our frequent callers, like the sheriff's office, the police departments, they have, behavioral health units and those kind of things, and they also have frequent callers as well. Maybe there's opportunities there to collaborate with the sheriff's office and some of the local police department on what they're doing, and, maybe, information sharing and or collaboration with that. We know that a lot of the frequent caller stuff that we do is a, public health challenge. But once again, the county can only do so much. And I think for the most part, our organizations did a pretty good job of collaborating with the county. Obviously, Bill Conway's over there, and that's helpful, but I don't think they're the only player in town too. Because I know for the police department has their behavioral health, challenges and their frequent callers as well. And as we try to navigate these things as our call, as we're trying to mitigate our increasing call volume, just look at that, look at all those different things.
And you're right, it is something we need to talk about statewide. We've got a couple areas that are working on it, but we're seeing a huge push from other authorities, police to us. We're picking up a lot of that high call volume, and it's only going to get worse with bariatric patients and some of the other issues that are going on. That volume of calls, those reported again, frequent flyers for the better use of a better term.
Frequent callers is one of them, but I think too, we've done a good job of looking at incidents that we should not be going on, like smoke in the area calls or whatever, those kind of things, or illegal burns or whatever. I mean, we've looked at some of this stuff, but I think we need to look at it as, are we responding on calls that aren't in our wheelhouse, that are a police matter, and how we need to maybe choose not to go on a call that's a policeman. For instance, a unknown of injury car wreck, right? You don't go on, if we don't know there's an injury there, that's a police matter. Just stuff like that, I think we just need to look at all that kind of stuff.
So we should probably park that for the emergency response.
Just look at the next one up here.
Tank response, something like
But
that.
but all of those are opportunities. I guess I was looking at it as opportunities, but yeah.
Let's throw that up on the parking sheet.
Because I don't want to get too deep into operations. I just want to just say, I think there's an opportunity for collaborations with,
You did get national recognition though for rescuing a camel, if I remember correctly, a few years ago, right?
Oh, yeah.
Um,
You don't remember?
Moses,
Oh, that's right. Now I remember.
yeah, off of like Maple Lanes.
Was it in Carver or in city or somewhere?
As we're doing this, think about, so we have our people, then we're gonna do financial health, community resilience, and operational readiness. So we'll try to keep them together, but keep them somewhat siloed.
Let's park the one item. Other opportunities.
If we're specifically talking outside the organization with our people, right? Is that
Yep.
still our lane here? I think there's like an outside mentorship opportunity with like agencies around that. A lot of our staff can benefit from those relationships. Operationally, it's been unbelievable how beneficial it is, but everybody else in the room who has a similar job description to somebody else at another agency, I think there's an opportunity for that. That also leads potentially to Director Searing's point about, consolidations and local regional efficiencies and things like that. I just think that there's that opportunity out there where we're very siloed, but we have a lot of similarities. I think there's opportunity to kind of merge ideas and push this region together at the same time.
Well, if we're talking about leadership training for our people and cost being a barrier to that, like that seems like a very viable option to like reach out to other like agencies or even, kind of like agencies to develop that type of leadership training for our people.
Yeah. Yeah, and I haven't heard. Every time I approach one of our partners about a conversation, I've never heard, we don't have that same problem. It's always, we are dealing with the same exact problem, so they have their membership and their administration working on it, so do we and so do they. And so, yeah, I just think that I've seen the benefits of it from the operational side. I think there's ways to expand it to the administration side as well. And even further.
And then third rides. Other opportunities, can you think of any?
Let's move at you, bro.
We're both looking at you.
I'll take threats.
Let's get threats. External things that could have a huge impact on our communities.
Go for it, Trent. Yeah, I was more of an internal thing, but lack of or hesitancy to buy into the district's direction, especially from the line. I think we've gone through like so many changes, especially in operations in the last couple of years, and also some challenges and man-made disasters, if you will. That people are like, what is the right direction? And so they're hesitant to, when they get some kind of communication of whether or not that is the right thing, and they're not sure if they want to buy into that, if that's the right thing, and they kind of wait. And like we've experienced this recently of like, oh, like I'm not gonna support that until the union specifically comes and tells me I need to support that, you know? And so it's like, well, of course we support that, like that's like the annexation with Sandy, of course we support that, you know, like we're gonna work together and do that. And so I think that's a threat if we don't address it. And like back to Chief Mulick's point of like controlling our own narrative, that I agree that we need to control our narrative, but like if we take too long to give some kind of communication, people are gonna make their own, you know, like. Yeah, in absence of a direction, right? And like, we're great at that. We'll sit at the kitchen table and we'll create the narrative that, like the direction the admin's going. Like via our own view, because like we haven't got that information. And sometimes I think like we wait of no information. We come up with our own plan.
Yeah.
On the line that doesn't necessarily align with what admin's actually doing. And then some communication comes out and it's like, oh, well, okay, all those rumors we just made up are dead, finally. But so I think there's a fine line there of.
But how much damage does that cause after 6 weeks because the organization didn't message it until 6 weeks later?
True.
Yeah,
100%.
great point.
Some way of getting that, all of us aligned together, and getting a message out that's clear, articulated well. That should be a key piece moving forward. Other threats.
You know what's great about that? You guys said you built a communications department, right? And you still are challenging communication.
For sure.
Yeah, so that's
It's
job
like-
security. Yeah.
He calls me every single week. He's like, you haven't solved it yet.
It's true, yeah.
Well,
That's your career dissipation, like when you're there, that part is good, so.
it's, we care about the people.
Yeah.
We want to be timely with our messaging. We want to,
Huge.
like, we recognize. It is a threat,
Yeah.
right? And I think that's perfectly articulated what Trent said.
100%.
Can I throw a threat out there?
Please.
Just because, and this ties back into the weaknesses. Where Shelps was talking about a weakness that she saw, and I view something else as a threat, right? I think it goes deeper than that, and I think it's actually a threat. So currently, you know, you look at workload on the line, you look at workload off the line and in the support services, and you look at a rising expenditure, and this is a financial, so this is a dual, this is a people, because the financial health and stability affects our people. So this is a threat both in the people realm and the finance side. But you have rising expenditures and revenues that cross fund.
Yeah.
Right? And it haven't just crossed locally, it's across the nation.
Yep.
Okay, so this is a huge external threat that affects us big time internally. So when you look at our organization, most organizations with our governance and our makeup typically is between 1 to 3 to 1 to 3.75 as far as their support staff to their line staff. When we had reductions in 2021, we went down about 1 to 6, and now we're about 1 to 5.4. And as we try to scale up, when you're in an environment where you have this crossing of expenditures and revenue, it creates a lot of mistrust, a lot of frustration amongst the people, right?
What's your ideal number?
The ideal number, well, honestly, right now, I'm beta testing. I was thinking it's 5.2 to 5.4 and I'm off, because, and why I'm off is that a perfect example of this is as we're hearing about professional development for the support staff, right? There are opportunities, but Shelby just took advantage of an opportunity and was gone for 4 days. I'm seeing emails getting fired out from her at 10:30 at night and 11 o'clock at night. Most people don't see that.
Yeah.
Because her work doesn't go away, right? So we don't have the internal staffing to be able to, so you have Bill, you have Shelby, you have anybody that is, when they go off to go get training or their days off, the work doesn't go away, it just accumulates, right? And so it's a threat, and I don't have an answer to fixing it other than growing a money tree, but I haven't figured that out yet. So, but I think that's a big time threat. So, and it ties into the professional development. It ties into how we operate on the line. But I think that's a big piece is revenues and expenditures and the staffing, which we both operationally and support staff wise.
Good point. Huge. I think another one, it comes what Dan said and what Trenton just is. People not understanding their role and accepting it. I mean, I understand it, there's not communication, so they're coming up with their own narrative, not their job. That's, you know, you've got somebody getting out of their lane, trying to fill in an information void that no one asked them to fill, and it's not their role to fill. So you've got people going off in a direction that's bound to lead to frustration. And that's an important part of, it's what I said earlier. You can train all the leadership you want. People have to be willing to be led. If they're not, you're gonna have problems. And sometimes being willing to be led is when somebody says, this is the direction we're going, put on your hiking boots and head that direction. That's at its simplest form. You can have, what I've always said is I use a football analogy. Quarterback's got to call a play because there's 11 guys on the field. And if everybody could have their own opinion on what play you ought to run, but if you don't agree on one and 11 guys go and run 11 different plays, the only thing I can guarantee is that poor sucker with the ball is just about ready to die. Somebody's got to call a play, and then everybody else, whether you agree with it or not, say, all right, that's the play we're running. If you have people unwilling to do that, that's a serious threat to an organization like this.
Thoughts?
I've read it kind of touches on the Chiefs and as well as it crosses, but it's call volume and then how that affects our staff as well as our equipment. They're not gonna last, or the life cycle, I think, is gonna have to change.
Yeah.
At some level, if we don't continue.
Which affects funding.
And funding affects that.
Yeah, that's it.
Especially at $1.7 million.
Yeah.
Well, and then when that rig's in fleet getting repaired, they're having to learn how to run a clutch and an old fire engine. So,
No, we already got us lined out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
20 years past that.
You don't want to be.
You're spot on with that.
Yeah, and I thought at the 6 baited there, obviously that we cut too much and we've added and we just like, okay, this might be, I'm seeing some capacity, then things come up really, okay, I'm not there. So I don't know if it's a 4.8, that's a 5 number, but it is definitely not where we're at 5.4.
Full school was about 1 to 4.
1 to 4, yeah.
And 1 to 5 is pushing it.
Yeah.
But I think I got 3 emails from your staff after 6 last night, before 8 this morning.
Bingo.
Just making sure everything was right. And people don't realize that.
Yeah.
That I get more emails after hours than.
And that's not work-life balance.
No,
So it's a failure on the organization to not have work-life balance. For your
That's just a phrase.
And
I answered a midnight email from a Clackamas staff, so yes, you are correct, that's.
And just to piggyback on top of that is also the not having some sort of alternate response plan
yeah,
to accommodate for something like that.
Sorry to interrupt you. You were gonna,
Go, Chief, what is an alternate response plan? I need you to elaborate.
One thing we've already tackled some of that, and that's implementing the rescues. What we were doing with the car program, that type of stuff, you know,
Yeah.
the right response to the.
Yeah, scaled response. Right, so right resource, right response, right level of care, the right patient to the right destination via the right mode of transportation.
you were gonna add something to the two of you?
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna kind of name another thread if we're ready to move on to another one, which is, you know, one of our values is maintaining relevance to the communities that we serve. And I think that that's a real risk to the organization as we move forward, as we've been growing, as we've been leveling up across the organization in our technical specialties, you know, our deployable assets serving all around the West. As we've seen significant appreciation in our contract and bargaining, right? Just all of this kind of can snowball, and I think there's a risk that at some point we could lose sight of what our purpose is for the communities we serve and what the public is expecting of us.
Their perception.
Yeah.
I think you're spot on.
Yeah, Jeff, I think one of our rest of our people is understanding what normal is. So we haven't had normal since 2018, and I forget what 2018 was like. I'm just assuming it was normal, right? So when we talk, like Trent brought up a really good point. I think our people they're so jaded by the amount of change because of the amount of pitfalls that we've ran into. You know, like I have to give our administration and our whole organization a bunch of credit here. If you think about the first time the COVID-19 came up on the news and everybody's like, I wonder what that's gonna be like.
Yeah.
And we can all remember seeing that, right? And we had one of our employees that's sitting at the table said, this is gonna change our lives forever. It's just wait, right? Mike, whatever, right? So that happened. It has changed our people, it has changed their mental health, it has changed how they view their job, it's changed how we view our customers, how we view everybody, right? And then 2020 happens, and then February of 2021 happens where we have an ice storm, and then we have December of 2021 where we realized that we had some pretty substantial budget cuts. And what we're in today, I would take that December of 2021 day all day long in comparison to the paid leave Oregon hits, the PERS hit, just the financial hits that are happening. Not to mention life is still going on. We still have people that are struggling, bad things happen, deaths in the family, severe injuries, like all that. So when information comes out, like to Trent's point, we process it different now. And it's a continual threat, right? Which something that irritates, you know, a fleet technician today probably didn't irritate him in 2018 or you know, like 6, 7, 8 years ago. But I think we're jaded, and not just our organization, but just around. But I do think that causes a threat to our mental health, people's motivation, people's frustration, or landing on, I'm just gonna be frustrated on this topic until something else changes, because something else drastic is gonna come down. And then my fear, and I hate to even say this out loud, but in the situation that we're in, we've had a lot of close calls in this organization. And if our administration was hit with a line of duty death, look at what would happen to this entire organization. All the stuff that we have so far we wouldn't even be thinking that for the next 10 years. Because we're gonna be trying to come out of that hole, right? So I don't know, I think there's just a lot of just foundationally, we don't know what our new normal is. And I think we just have to accept that this isn't what it was when we started in the career, right? And it's just hard for us to process information now. And then when we push out information, we know that something's gonna change, because the sun comes up another day and there's something different. And so it's really hard even to commit to a 3-year strategic plan. Is kind of a gutsy move in today's climate, because you just don't know what you don't know what tomorrow's gonna bring, so.
That's gonna come up, so thank you.
And to Dan's last point about the 3-year strategic plan, so while we're setting a framework for 3 years, the intent is to come back annually in January and readdress the strategic plan and make sure we're on that. With a very similar concern with the board, to make sure that we're making adjustments and being purposeful, so. Trying to look down the road, but knowing that the landscape changes.
Yeah, it's not normal to be normal.
Yeah,
It is,
for sure.
the world is changing so fast. And I hope none of you ever live through a line of death. So much of that is outside of your control. Some of it is inside our control. We have to do everything we can to make sure that never happens. It's to amplify what you just said and the challenge you have. If you look at Myers-Briggs saying there's 16 different learning modes, how many times have you sent out a dozen emails on a subject and had people go, I never saw that? Or how many times did people sit through a lecture and not hear it? You know, trying to encompass the needs of every different listener or learner, whether it's written, visual, or requires that you actually do it. It's a challenge that will never go away.
So, hey, Jeff, one of the things that I noticed is Dan was talking about that new normal, like everything reset as a threat. We can also look at that as an opportunity. Like, we have an opportunity to define and set what the new normal is going to be moving forward. And we're kind of in one of those messy moments. At some point, it's going to get formed and set, and then we won't be able to play with it as much. I feel like there's an opportunity for change right now.
I think that's a great way to look at it.
I think there has been. I mean, what you said earlier about Zoom meetings. I mean, I can't tell you how many times when I was managing construction projects that I would get on an airplane, fly to Miami to do a 2-hour pre-construction meeting so that I could spend a night in a hotel to get on an airplane to fly the hell back from Florida.
Yeah.
And I burned up 2 days for a 2-hour meeting. But today I pop up in my laptop and say, how you doing? So this is an opportunity. Change is a good thing if you manage it. And I think to what Dan was saying, the strategic plan, one of the biggest challenges I had when I was training new project managers, they'll make a Gantt chart. They love to do that. My alma mater, the School of Construction Management teachers, they do these beautiful Gantt charts. It's wonderful. Tells you when Bob's going to take a break. It's got when all these things are going to happen. It's like, that's cute, gorgeous, magnificent thing, and it isn't going to work. He says, what do you mean? I said, well, by the day after tomorrow, that thing's going to be blown up. Because a construction plan is nothing more than a list of activities and objectives that are not going to happen in the time or the manner you want them to. Never. But it gives you a roadmap. If you're there and you deviate, you know where you're going, you've got something to work with to change from, here was the plan, that didn't work. So you at least know where you're going, where you're trying to get.
Fix it before we get too far down the road.
So let's do something, and this may be a stretch, I'd like to do it for each one. We've done all this before we put dots up. Does anyone want to take a stab at a vision statement for our discussion for people? On you AI people. You don't want to try to take a stab at that?
Got a communication guy.
Oh, I'm looking at Brian Stuber.
I don't think that's a great business statement.
And the reason is I want to try to capture a vision statement of encompassing what we just talked about in one statement. If possible.
It has to be a Forrest Gump quote or something that lines up with this.
A box of chocolates.
Don't suck, do better.
Yeah.
Don't suck, do better.
Well, that's the same.
Yeah, I think it would.
How do we spend the next 3 years?
I think never ending changes.
Always evolving.
Has to, something has to be tied to that, because that trend seems to be continuing.
I would say people are our priority. Our challenge with people is always changing. Because we appreciate that our people are a priority, but it's not an easy one to solve. Even in an organization that's thriving. Because once you dig down, you find it, so.
There's people involved.
People are messy, right?
Anytime there's people involved, you're gonna have problems. Why everybody should just get puppies and leave it at that.
Yeah, you guys can think about a vision statement, we'll try to come back to it, unless you've got one, Chris.
Oh, I just listened to Sun Tzu went through my brain. So, you know, no plan survives first contact with the enemy. Or Mike Tyson, everybody thinks they're gonna win until they get to a punch in the nose, right? Yeah. The reality of it, right? But Eisenhower says failure to plan is plenty to fail.
Know your enemy, know his strength, weaknesses, 1,000 battles, 1,000 victories.
And I would say in that space, truly, that's what needs to be understood. And I think you guys have alluded to that many times throughout this with regards to your team and the people you work with in terms of within your organization, I think you have a strong inherent sense of flexibility and resiliency already built in. And I would say is how do you capitalize on that piece? And, you know, Chris was, you know, the statement of the threat versus the opportunity and redefine and reset what normal is. Maybe part of that resetting and redefining of normal is, you know, Dan's piece on, you know, culture or change is constant. It's evolutionary, right? It's just at a rate of change is significantly different than that which we grew up in. As a sort of Gen Xers, right? So, you know, you have a lot of really good inherent things already. I think you guys are really moving into a space with your folks to just capitalize on what's already been planted, and it's germinating, and it's time to cultivate that piece. And I think that's just done through verbalization. And I think that's the direction is what just being a bystander and described this morning is capitalizing on those pieces. I mean, look at all the good stuff you have there already, and how do you leverage that to continue to move forward? And I mean, your foundation is pretty strong.
I would say,
I'd say you give yourself credit.
yeah, and everyone matters. We know you're kind of nailing it firefighter, but I think we've come collectively is that next level training is a priority that sits out there. And that the entire organization's training matters too. And company officer training and mid-level management training, so. So they put some stars up.
Let's do this. I'm gonna lay these out. Grab 2 blue stars for each of the 4 sheets. And place the 2 at your highest priority. That's where we're gonna start today. So if you stand up, grab dots. And come up and let's prioritize these. So 8 total for 8 total, 2 more sheets. Everybody gets 8.
You don't get to put all 8 on the same one. You figure it out.
8.
Not sure how.
Never heard of that. And you must take so, yeah. These things are so.
So let me tell you what's gonna happen at this juncture.
Yes.
Well, what we're gonna do at this juncture, so that everybody knows. We're gonna take your hard work and we're gonna try to find where things link together. Where there's some duplicity, where there's some duplication. We're gonna try to slim down to the key items that we need to do, and then we're gonna report back to staff to report to this group where we're at. Great work. It's a challenge to try to prioritize. What we're gonna do now is we're gonna take another 10-minute break, go to the bathroom, wash your hands, and then we're gonna start with the second item on the list today of the 4. Most important. I think you hit it hard. I don't think we belabored it, but I think we hit it hard. I picked up 3 consistent themes throughout strengths, weaknesses, threats, and opportunities: communication, culture, and development. Now, I want to throw something back to the group before we go to the next item, which is health and finance or financial health. Our firefighters' safety and health is always primary for me. And I don't want to misstep. We're gonna take all of your hard work. It's all rated. We're gonna prioritize it. We're gonna make a long list. Highest priority on down. So that as you figure out the workload and who's gonna be in charge of different things that that it's well prioritized. But I would feel remiss if we didn't weave in health and wellness into what we're doing. So I'm gonna work on that with your blessings. Want to ask board first, are you comfortable with that piece? I don't want to miss that. Labor. What did we miss for you? Are you good if we factor in health and wellness? We're healthy now. I don't want to take it for granted. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely, we have a great health and wellness, division within the organization. Does a lot of stuff. I think there's definitely some opportunities still in there. Like we're seeing the instances of occupational cancer come up even in our organization, you spoke on it with the 200 deaths a year from occupational cancer. And, we have it firsthand. We have numbers with it right now.
800, 200, forgive me but
no,
I wanted to amplify that number. It's huge.
Yeah, and we're looking at avenues via the in coordination with the district as well to catch that stuff early, and maybe we can look at doing some more I forget the name of it. You went through it, Andrew,
the testing,
the life scanner or whatever that was, right? Yeah, and so then looking at that, if that's an avenue that we could add a benefit to our members to kind of catch that stuff early and make our members healthier. So
there's a think tank that you may not be aware of, but there's a half dozen of us. Dr. Smith, her from Skidmore, leading cardiovascular research scientist in the world, I think, and she spent 40 years studying firefighters' hearts. Dr. Smith, Dr. Sarah Janke out of Kansas City area, just a legend. Got a lady named Pepper Jack out of Arizona. Doc Josh, there's a group of us, there's about 8 of us. Dave's involved in that, trying to figure out what is best science. And, I love the fact that a lot of departments are using some kind of ultrasound. And it's good and bad, a lot of false positives, freaks out a lot of families. If we're doing ultrasound, we have got to do an immediate read from a doc and an immediate response back to our firefighters for their family, but also for the department. I saw a department in Washington stand down 2 healthy firefighters, freaked them out with false positives on hearts. They couldn't get into a cardio for 6 months. Expensive for the department, expensive for those families. Not to digress, but I'm gonna, MRIs is a great thing. It's super expensive, a challenge there. That's highest best. Ultrasound's good for thyroid, heart echo, our vessel thickness, some of those things. And there's a gazillion tests you can do now. You can do a mouth swab.
Since you're telling stories, I get to tell one. I worked with this guy at the fire department I worked for many times. He went through all the testing and stuff, got a clean bill of health. 8 months later, he dropped dead on the drill ground.
Yep.
Now, and speculation, it's strictly speculation that what led to him dropping dead on the drill ground was his life that he lived outside of the fire station.
Yep. Sarah Janke will tell you that. And for this group and how we articulate it, if we look at the variance between fire and non-fire, the meta study is right. Firefighters are 800 times more likely to get certain cancers than civilian counterparts. When we actually look at it, the variance is about 8%. We can't overlook that. But if we look at general population on people who are getting cancer and who aren't, fitness, nutrition, sleep, and hydration are 4 huge things that somehow we have to embrace and not make a negative thing, but somehow get our firefighters to really grab it. The best thing you do is just throw down your water for your heart, right? We're bleeding off water fast. our heart's working twice as hard to move that mud through the system because it's thick. And also it pees out all the stuff that's in your body. So we got work in front of us. So we're gonna factor that in. I want to thank everybody for that. I want to make sure I didn't miss anything from the human aspect, because this is what's going to build our culture. If our people know that they are first with us, their safety, the quality of their life, their retirement, if they know that they're first with us, it's going to build a foundation of culture from the bottom up. That's what we need to do. Did we miss anything at all that?
We kind of hit on mental health, but I think mental health is the other side of that coin.
Yeah.
In general for health, you know, there's the cancer, heart, stuff like that, and then there's the mental health aspect, and I think whether it's providing training, whether it's providing resources, you know, things like that, I think that's an aspect that needs to be considered.
Andrew, what's your assessment right now, like our work with the peer support programs?
I think the stuff that we're doing and adding those things like Struggle Well, I think is the move in the right direction. It's not that we aren't doing stuff to move in the direction, it's just, I think, I just want to highlight the fact that we have to.
Well, I think that's important, Andrew, is that piece, right? Because if we don't highlight it right here.
Yeah.
This is aimed to be able to now be able to have budgeted items, like that's the focus of this. So I think you bringing that up is perfect, dude.
Yeah.
Like, I think we need to make sure that we capture that in this process, Jeff, the mental health, right? Which you already hit, but just that needs to be captured.
And we'll bring Struggle Well back and it's your guys' job to fill the class.
It's done.
Safe
And no
actually-
charge.
Safe's actually giving the chiefs $150,000 a year to do that, and every dime goes right now to Struggle Well. I think there's another group we're gonna use a little bit of next time around, but it's critical.
Which is fabulous. And we were fortunate to get a course offering back in, I think it was early December. And we'll have the opportunity to do another course, but that is a small slice of our organization's.
Tiny.
And so we do need to look at how do we support that long term and what that looks like.
We're gonna shift into financial health, but I'm gonna tell one story for Ward who, with the exception of a couple of you who ran on calls. We had just finished an OFCA annual conference meeting 2-3 years ago. And mental health was the topic. We had a day and a half or so to that. And I'm walking away from the venue, the conference center, back to the hotels. With the chief that you all know, I will not mention him by name. That is just a great leader, came up through labor. Everybody knew him and loved him, and it just always rock solid individual. And we're walking back to the hotel, and he catches up with me, and he's emotional after this long day. This guy's, you know, tough enough to eat nails. I mean, he's really somebody who's just a great thinker and a compassionate individual. And he's just gonna talk with you. And I said, yeah, well, what he wanted to say, or what he really should have said, is, would you listen to me? Which I did. And he tells me that he grew up in this community that he's now chief of, went through the ranks, went to a couple of different departments, got educated in different processes, went back to his hometown to be the chief. And we're walking, and he says, you know, when I was a kid growing up here in this town, I would go by baseball diamond, and I always remember the home run I hit. I remembered when I was playing ball. Said I'd walk by the docks. They have a river that goes through town, and I'd remember fishing with my grandpa in the docks. Then he said, right on the way to work, I drive by this big old mansion farmhouse, and we always would joke, someday I'm gonna buy that farmhouse. And I'm listening to the story, and then he shifts gears and he says, all my happy spaces in this town aren't anymore. He said, when I go by the baseball diamond, I think of the kid that fell off the top steps, the top layer of the bleachers, split his head. So when I go by the docks, he said, I remember the infant that I fished out a month ago. It was when I go by the farmhouse with my wife, and what caused this story. his bride said to him, you don't joke anymore about lions. He said, I couldn't tell her that. A couple weeks earlier, cut down the owner's son. The mental piece is huge. And you can't unsee those. You can't unlift those. So on that note, let's talk financial health,
Can I tell my Chiefs car story real quick?
please.
So how many of you guys have a Chiefs car? Take home car. Raise your hand up. Okay, so this is my story. I'll share it. So I got to ride my bike to work for 15 years.
Take home car.
Took me take home car like a Chiefs car. So I got to ride my bike to work and back for 15 years. And it was through BLM land, dirt roads. I rode in the dark. The only time I didn't ride was when the snow was too deep. For 15 years, I hardly ever missed, well, it was probably more like 18 years, never missed a day. And when I get home from work, sometimes my wife would say, "How was shift?" And I go, beats the heck out of me. Cause I'd been riding for an hour and 15 minutes. I'd forgotten everything. And then I got the Chiefs car. And I thought, finally, I didn't say that, but I got the Chiefs car. And my wife started saying after a while, "Hey, something's different with you." And I realized I was getting in the Chiefs car. And what did I do first thing in the morning? I know he does because I do it all the time. I got on the phone. So my day started at 6 with my bike or 5:30. And then does that make sense? I got the Chiefs car and I get in my car and the first thing is get on the phone. 5:36 in the morning, drive to work, have my to-do list, accomplish none of it all day. Drive home, sit in the driveway. What do you do in the driveway when you get home? I know you do. What do you do?
You got things to do.
So you're sitting in your car in the driveway and my wife be looking out. What's going on? And I realized the Chiefs car was killing me. And that's the thing that hit home with me was I've got to stop and start with the Chiefs car. So I'm glad you brought it up because I'm a big fan of that. But when you don't stop and start, that messes you up.
And I don't drive a Chiefs car, but my day is just like.
There you go. Yeah, the Chiefs car. So it's just a great one to talk about. And I love your story and you're right on. And it's just something we can't leave, but don't forget about the Chiefs too.
Yeah.
Spend time here talking about how we help the mental health of everybody, but we also have to look in the mirror and take care of all of us. And it's our job to look at each other and call each other out. Because if you don't call each other out, and you've got one person you really got to call out, right? Is call out the fire chief, is hey, you got to take care, because your leader is not healthy, nobody's healthy. So it's just great stuff. We forget about it, but we all have to hold each other accountable. Can't always ride your bike to work, but it was pretty cool back in the day. And your car is the Chiefs car, just nobody pays for your gas, right? There you go. So let's move on.
It's a Shelby car.
Shelby car.
Thanks for your hard work on our people. Let's talk about financial health. Let's start with strengths. And you don't see it because you live it every day. But this district, this great department is in better shape than most. And we've got departments right now that can't make payroll, that are trying to figure out how to leverage buildings and equipment. So you're ahead of the game. But the fact is these are going to be challenging times. We do not have enough money to do all we want to do. So let's start with strengths on our financial health, and you are a strength. And yet, do you print money?
Obviously not.
If he does, he's not sharing it.
Let's talk financial health. Let's talk positives, the strengths. What are our strengths right now?
Our finance team. Yeah.
Yeah, agreed.
Budgeting and planning.
What was that, scheduling and planning?
Budgeting and planning.
Thank you, Chris.
I like having this district model. Like the basic foundational model of our district is a strength.
Who's worked for a city? Big difference, huh?
Your equipment, we're always replacing vehicles, but when you look at what we have versus other departments around the Northwest, around the country. Thank you for your hard work, getting it, keeping it up. You do a great job.
We successfully passed the staffing levy for additional revenue.
I was gonna say, a community that supports the financial health of the district.
Yeah. Your taxpayers love this district. They're tight with their money, but they love this district.
Our growing ability to tap other funds, I guess is what we would call those, right? Through deploying assets and tapping reimbursements, we're able to do more here because we're getting our neighbors and partners to pay for it.
Summarize that for me, Chris, like alternative revenue stream.
Alternative revenue streams, yeah, I mean.
I'm not trying to
yeah.
forge your mouth, but keywords.
Yeah, you know, deploying our water rescue team to Skagit County, our work through 30 internationally and nationally.
People seeking grants and taking the initiative to fund those funds.
You've done well with grants.
Well, I think one that you touched on is our asset facilities management. You know, we're doing some pretty innovative stuff with, you know, sending out 2 rigs to get buying a new one. And having somebody in charge of facilities, so we know that we have 40-year AC systems and we ought to get rid of them.
This is an odd one, but I would suggest the pride and the culture in the organization. When I go through the stations, they're clean. The equipment is absolutely, our turnouts are spotless, our flashlights work. Our people take good care of their stuff, which I think adds years to all of that equipment.
Oh. If I can add, I'll add like the willingness or wherewithal to make difficult decisions and course correct or make adjustments based on the changing landscape, so we can make hopefully as small adjustments as we can and be sustainable rather than delaying, which I see in other organizations of not wanting to face what's out there and trying to, we'll get there, we'll get to that next thing. I think we have the strength of, as difficult as it is, making those adjustments.
Please.
Transparency of the finances to the board and to the community.
Yeah. I think that's so important. No surprises.
And the ability to communicate the information, which I'll point out, Mark, but I think compared to other CFOs and other experiences, like a tremendous ability to communicate at a level that is received well.
Yeah, I think we're making, I'm gonna say this wrong, but we're making long-term decisions. And like Mark wants to be here, the team wants to be here long-term. Is nobody gets the impression that this is a short-term and that this team is gonna disappear and go do it, be the finance team for another organization. There's buy-in to and ownership in our decision-making. I think it gets to Thomas's point about the transparency. There's checks and balances. There's the trust but verify. There's all those things that go into it to ensure that their team sees every angle of the money being spent. So
The transparency create trust.
Forwards, I would just surmise that down. That was all very good. Yeah, I don't know. I think that I think it just backs off of Thomas's transparency component that we just have. There's a lot of prioritizing and conversation about all the money that's being spent, right? And that it is because the dollar that's being spent today is being looked at where that dollar is going to be in 5 or 10 years and where that dollar is trending. And so it makes you feel comfortable when it's a unanimous decision that we're going to fire engine, you know that it's planned out. So it can tie into the long-term budgeting component, but there's high confidence that when we pull the trigger on a purchase, that meets the priority list, that meets the capital plan, that meets, it meets the mission. So
Other strengths before we go to weaknesses.
I think the ability to say no, the conversations have Chief Brown over the years, it's when he looks at something and he goes, say something like, with a straight face, I just can't do that. I just can't spend the money there. The money is, we just don't quite have enough money, or we just gotta wait and see, or the ability to just take a pause or just say this. We just can't afford that. We've got other priorities. We gotta put that money to, and I appreciate that too, because sometimes the best thing to do is nothing. So.
Do we have something up there that's just saying frugal? I mean,
There you go.
it's a stark thing with our culture is that we are a frugal culture. I mean, the public might look and see that we have cool toys, right? They see a water rescue team out there but that's mission driven and it's critical equipment, right? But this is a premium table here, in the Clackamas Fire District, what we're sitting at right now. And we don't spend a lot of money on unnecessary things. We don't have a sterling, 5-story building that's brick based and all that, right? We buy what's necessary.
Well, I'd add to that, and I think it's organization wide, right? Like, I think there's buy-in to at the manager level, at the chief level. I look around this room, like everyone here is responsible with their budget. It's not very often that I have to not spend money or not multiple things. Like, everybody is very budget conscious, which makes my job a lot easier. And I think that's just, part of the culture of the history, like, and I have to be a special district, but that's not the way it's always been at places I've worked, right?
So frugal word is huge.
Well, innovative. I mean, Mark started investing instead of just shoving money in the LGIP because that's easy. He started investing in bonds and treasuries because it's a different place to put money in. I like that's getting away from that. We've always done it like that.
Yeah.
I don't care if we've always done it like that. Should we be? And apparently we shouldn't, because he decided he made us a bunch of money that we wouldn't have otherwise. And he looks at things, his whole team looks at things, like the engine we bought, that we figured out, or Mark figured out, that they would give us a 10% discount if we paid now. But if we invested the amount of money, make another $100,000, we could pay the higher cost and make $100,000 over the top by we hang on to the money, he invested it. Those kind of things, I'm not looking at that level, but I have somebody that comes to us with great ideas like that we get to look like we're heroes because we voted yes on a good idea.
And it's a big part of why you're in a much better position than a lot of departments are.
I heard what Mark said.
I think to go with the innovative piece is also, and it might be argumentative here, because it's probably gonna go on the other parts of this. Is that we try really hard to be strategic and not reactive.
Yeah. And it shows. Let's talk about weaknesses in this. Money internally. Are there more?
No, we're fine.
We're good. Let's talk about weaknesses in financial health. And what was said about with Jay is the demands are gonna go up and the revenues are not gonna stay pace with the demands. Just inflation that I think itself is gonna outrun any revenue that we have. So let's talk about weaknesses.
Here's the parking lot. Talk about weaknesses. Our two lines are crossed and our revenue expenditures, or they've crossed. So. Where do you go now? That's, I think, part of this.
That's great. Yeah. I think that's one of the weaknesses is the tax base just isn't growing, any faster than it is, and it's not likely to.
Well, and especially as, big business, and we had this conversation over the weekend, this big business is leaving our fire district and moving elsewhere, which their revenue greatly exceeds the revenue we would get on houses that are being built, tax.
Recently, I think this region has a commercial vacancy rate in the high 20%. Anybody know for sure?
Downtown Portland's 26%.
26%.
What is the, what do you get from a residential house in this community for taxes using the off the top of your head, about $300 a house or?
I mean, it's a wide range, so some, I mean, anywhere from probably $500 to $1,200 a residential.
So she shoots $500, you get $500 a house. How many houses does it take to fund the salary of one firefighter?
Correct.
And then you start doing that math, and if your commercial isn't keeping up, you can build all these giant subdivisions, they might pay for one or two firefighters maybe.
Yeah.
So.
And there's the difference between new construction and existing homes, right, under Oregon's constitutional tax model. So we've got areas of the district that are putting in a ton of new houses. You know, and then we have parts of the district that are more landful, right, and they're older and, you know, and the other thing is, the population is aging. Our district has gotten older over the last, 20 years significant. And so the acuity, and that's why the calls are going up, and all of that is squeezing us.
It is. So it was shared as a strength. I'll put it up there as a weakness, or maybe it will make the board, but the fact that we're a levy department. It's a strength because we're in staffing, but it's a vulnerability. So maybe it's a threat. Maybe it falls under.
I think it should be under both, says once you're on it.
You're on.
So, and then, so we've got the levy piece, and then we still have our bond, which is 2031. 32. And so that will be something that the district will look at, I imagine. So yeah, we have temporary funding as much as we have permanent funding.
One clear, please.
Oh, just gonna add on the weakness, we don't own a lot of property. We don't own property for future building. We don't own station 2, or the property ordered the station at 2, 10. We own the building, not the property, 15s, 20s, 22s. I feel like I'm missing, and then our contract.
20s?
Or 21, or
21.
Yeah, Centennial.
Numerous.
Numerous, so yeah, we're not. We don't have a ton of property, like if we had to build a fire station today. We're gonna probably go out to Clackamas Community College again and ask me to put a mobile home on their back 40. We just don't have, we don't have. The future planning for that, and so I think it's a threat, most likely a threat, I mean, kind of a weakness. But.
So well, and maybe it would be a threat, but would the urban renewal loss go under?
Definitely a threat.
Yeah, that's probably.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think building on those last 2 points, I think a weakness we have, and maybe it's a little early, but it's something we need to start. Is both related to presuming we want to go out for a future bond. We don't have that long-term planning in place in terms of what's our long-term vision for how we're gonna grow, where we're gonna grow, if we can grow, right? But, we could potentially be in 5 years' time going back to the voters, asking them to renew a bond, and I'm not sure what we would ask.
Yeah. Spot on. We have, sadly, one of the biggest weaknesses is we have limited revenue streams. We can't change things. There's very few places where we can go to get money.
Another weakness, frankly, is, we're getting to our capital fund is just gonna be kicked in the teeth. And
Say that again.
we're getting where our capital fund is gonna get kicked in the teeth.
Oh, yeah.
And we don't have any way to take it to the dentist.
No. We don't. Biggest concern we have right now is
I like.
And I'll say one more weakness, which was also we listed as a strength. And it'll seem a little counterintuitive maybe, but I think our frugality can also be a weakness. I think it was Brent Olson who gave a presentation where he talked about, we have this poverty mindset in the district, right? Where, and partly it's realistic, right? Like
we are constrained within our budget. But to the point where we're always looking for workarounds, and doing things twice as hard because we can't make that investment. Or we just don't think we can have nice things. And so trying to overcome that, but so.
There is no places now where you can tighten it down. It's
Well, I think
pretty efficient.
maybe part of that is the property mindset or frugality, but there's also that making that transition from a small organization to the machine that we really are, and it takes resources to do the service. There's appropriate resources.
About you guys, from the labor side, different perspective on the budget.
Yeah, I mean, we passed the levy, but day to day, like we still have the same number of firefighters, like I still have a 3-person engine company, like. I mean, to be, in all honesty, like we've added a few rigs, we've opened some stations, but we've also cut back in some areas too. And so the day-to-day operation for us is, the staffing piece is still the same, even though we're under an operational levy that did include staffing. I mean, we added people globally, that we filled most of our D shift, if you will. But like that didn't add boots on the ground every day that go and respond to fires. So.
Can I ask you clarity on that? Because I need clarity on that. I'm sorry to engage, but I need clarity on that, right? If you start before levy at X number of firefighters on duty. And you take out the annexations and Y post levy is more than where we were at before, how's that less? Or. Right, like we didn't have station 12, we didn't have station 13 staffed, we didn't have rescue 301, so the net number is more firefighters on shift every single day, so how is it equal to or less?
Yeah, so we added rescue 301, but we took away rescue 316, right? So that's equal on both sides, so, right? And then we had a fourth on 308, 315, those are gone, 310, that's gone. And then we did add station 13, so like, there's 3 positions that you got back, so that in reality, like, okay, we got a couple people per day at station 12, but it's not the significant number that we thought per day.
So pre-levy,
We've added 5 seats. If we're just gonna talk about it simply in seats. We've added 5 seats with 13s and 12s by opening those 2 stations. And then we've added the 5 seats that came from the staffing reduction back in 2021. And we were expecting and hoping for 18 seats, and so we're 8 shy of that point.
totally.
So that's
So you're
where,
counting 2021 and you counting pre-levy?
so pre-levy, we've added 10 seats.
Okay. Perfect.
The amount of seats.
Where we
that
were anticipating, we were hoping
18.
for 18.
Yes.
Okay, I'm
And
tracking.
so I think that's a weakness and a definite threat when it comes to following through on what we told the taxpayers and what the plan of the levy was. Like, if we can get to a point where we're close to that, then I think it's gonna be less of a threat to go back out for that staffing levy. So I think one of the big threats in general is ensuring that the promise of the staffing levy is fulfilled to the extent that we can fulfill it without bankrupting the fire district, but still providing that increase so that the people can feel confident voting yes again come next year.
And the only reason I asked for clarity, because that's a different description as far as a plan versus, and this is no slam, right? But the way you articulated it was completely different than, we have added seats.
Yes.
We just did not add the amount that we had planned to add based on some other factors. All of those things are stuff that when we sat for the future funding task force together, passed 62 firefighters, station 12, station 13, and QRUs, and like holes in perpetuity. We went to arbitration, now it's completely different, right? So we need to call out the realities versus what perceptions are. And so I appreciate the conversation. I'm gonna shut my pie hole, but I just needed clarity on what was said, and I appreciate that articulation from both of you of it shows the power of communication, right? Because words matter. And if I hear what you said, is one thing compared to what you articulated. So I love that combo, and I appreciate you both having the courage to talk about that. So thank you.
And forgive me, I'm an outsider, so what I think I heard was, we were staffed here, we wanted to go here, but we were only able to go here.
Yeah,
So we got a half a step,
exactly,
and we got a little more to do, or some explaining to do.
exactly.
Here's the challenge for me, and we're still being taped, so
It's
if I
fine.
lose
It's
my.
broken book.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to be diplomatic here. When we look at 1710 and 1720 response times, and we look at how we placed our stations. Are we better off with fewer stations and more firefighters with a longer response time? Or are we better off with the stations we have with fewer firefighters that require maybe multiple engine companies arriving on scene to do a fire? That's the challenge, is how do we weigh 1710 best service and money?
Well, the other thing is, the fact of the matter is call volume's going up.
Yeah.
Ever since I've been associated with this organization or the previous organization, the call volume's gonna go up. One of the things that these guys have done a really good job at is trying to slow the rate, whether we're not responding to alpha calls, whatever we're doing, but that's part of it, is the call volume's going up, and at some point, we're gonna have to decide, when our engines are running 20 calls a day. And I worked on 2 different fire engines where if we didn't run 20 calls a day, it was considered a slow day. So I know what the trajectory is.
Yeah.
We will get to a point where we're gonna be running 20 calls a day, or we're gonna have to put money into additional resources, whether that's more stations or a rescue or 2 companies out of a station, or however that works out. But at some point, you gotta look at the analytics of where that is, but that is gonna be a financial challenge, is how are we going to add resources to respond to an increasing call volume?
We're in that perfect storm where, and we're being recorded, civilians, when it's their house fire, want you there in 2 minutes. If it's the neighbor's house, they don't care if you show up. I was probably way too direct, but forgive me for saying that. So we've got the civilian component and the pinned up revenue. Our call volume is going up, and then compliance with 1710, 1720. It's the perfect storm, and it's gonna be one of the biggest challenges we have, figuring out how to be safe with our deliverables. And more stations, fewer stations, it is a challenge. The thing that I love, this happened all day today, and clearly everybody's spoke about, is the communication is there. We're talking about it. We're transparent, as Thomas said, about our revenue. And I think that transparency is gonna be the glue that holds us all together and figure out the best solutions.
But Jeff, we're transparent about it. Administration is transparent about it, but we have obviously different work groups are looking through a different lens on where that money is being spent. So I'm looking at like the weakness is that there is a misalignment with people in the organization on where the dollar needs to go, right? Does that make sense? Like, the conversation with Trent and Nick is just a good example of that, right? It's 2 varying opinions on the same exact topic. And so that to me is a weakness, an organizational fault that we may never, it probably always existed and it will probably never go away. But it is something that is driving a wedge between our labor group and administration as we're trying to navigate all these challenges that are coming up with, and how fast things are changing. From the first day that we put the future funding task force together to where we are today, the outlook was completely different because we all decided that 52 cents was a really, really good, fair process moving forward and a good number. And then all of a sudden, 3 years later, we're having this conversation today, right? That, so.
So I'm gonna put 50 stars on that one, because clearly that's the solution we need to find. That's, where energy needs to be.
I think one of their basic weakness is our operational model. We send a 1.2, $1.5 million fire engine because somebody fell down and broke their arm. What we're finding with these rescue rigs, we found it in Sandy, it takes 50% of the calls in 12 hours, when the other one's 24. And one of the directors out there has said, one of the things we kind of talked about is taking that 24/7, and he doesn't see it, but he's a former firefighter. He's looking at it. I think firefighters like to have a fire engine with them all the time. And when I see it, I was like, if I can run 50% or more of the calls with, instead of a 1.2, $1.4 million engine, but with a rig that's maybe 350, 400 fully equipped, and I can buy a complete new set of tires on that rig for what it costs for one on that engine, that's an operational decision that we have to look at, because it costs a lot of money to have one of those engines, and it's one that's going to report, it's going to hear this. We fight fires as a hobby. I mean, it's what, 4% of our calls? Quite literally, we fight fires as a hobby.
I love what you're saying, but again, we go to a bunch of calls that likely the fire department shouldn't be on, which skews that 4% data, right? So we need to not look at percentage, we need to look at actual properties that we've saved because of fire, and we need to look at actually lives that we've saved. And organizationally, you have supported this, you have stood tall and supported the fire chief and our administration in flipping the mindset of call volume and percentages to this is property that we've saved and this is lives that we've saved. And that is where the fire service needs to go. And because run volume, the public doesn't understand, and it's a way to hyperinflate your numbers and your utilization, when the reality of it is we shouldn't be on 20% of the calls that we go on. So now if you take that 20% away, now that 4% fires is a higher percentage. So your point still stands. I don't mean to, but just want us to rethink how we look.
But that's what I mean. We're organized for you send a fire engine.
Yeah.
And we're kind of at a point now, we have to look at that, is should we be sending a fire engine? I mean, what Jay's talking about is, do we go at all? The next step from that is, do you send an engine or do you send a rescue?
Right.
And then now you send an engine, and that's gonna be a big change for us, but I think it's one that's gonna be necessary.
I saw on your website, you did a nice job narrating that lives lost and property saved.
Yeah.
Cause it is really that narrative of in a day where we call volume, there's more to that story.
Yeah.
And you guys, I noticed you specifically, which I don't see a lot of people doing that.
Yeah.
You specifically called that out, and I think that's kudos for doing that. It's good
Thanks.
that that's there.
All right, let's do this. We've got, strengths and weaknesses. Let's grab lunch. We're gonna work through lunch and do threats and opportunities if everybody's good with that, and we'll be on track. Thank you.
Yes, the other part of that too. We'll get into it here, but that's when we get stuff down.
I think it was Dan, that we haven't planned, for future growth. What other opportunities we have with revenue?
Well, I'm gonna throw Chris under the bus here.
Jay was going to jump on it.
Oh, go for it.
No.
No, I'm gonna throw Chris under the bus a little bit. He heads up what we call the alternative funding task force. And so he brings together some representatives from the district and looks at different opportunities that are outside of our normal tax base to get money. So Chris can probably speak more about that, what that looks like. But he headed up the group to go out for the levy and all of that stuff and help help make some of those recommendations, of going out to that, so.
Yeah, I don't know, we don't have a whole lot more specifics because we haven't gotten together, we're hoping sometime this month. But we're just wanna start looking at, are there other places to find money? I mean, we're really hoping that Mark's counterfeiting operation turns out well.
Why not? Say that.
Yeah, public meeting. I want to thank you for getting me out of hot water.
If the public is actually listening to this, we gotta give them something to entertain them a little bit, otherwise they're just gonna get bored.
Yes, you are being recorded.
I know,
He's hoping so.
that's okay. What are they gonna do, find me?
Probably contact me.
That's it. Send my-
process.
But that's, we wanna look at, different places, are there other sources, whether it's grant funding, going to the legislature, all those kind of things, but we just kind of start looking out of the box, seeing what can we do? And Mark squeezes the dollar about as much as you can.
Yeah.
And we either gotta find a bigger turnip or another turnip, cause he's squeezed the one we have about as much as you can, so that we wanna see if we can't find another turnip somewhere. I don't know, Andrew, did you? Andrew, I think part of the future funding.
Yeah, I think political action should be its own category there. I think, that, dealing with the legislature, looking at alternatives for, fixing things that we have clearly identified that are hampering us. And, whether that's urban renewal, whether it's, paid leave Oregon, like there's a ton of different things that we can fix through political action. And there's things that the fire district can do and there's things that the local can do for both of those. So I think that's, for me, that's a huge opportunity.
We do need to, that's an area where both labor and management can come together in Salem and needs to come together. If we're gonna be heard, we need to be united. We need to make some changes. Currently, grants are great, and I don't know how long they're gonna be around. And they can be their own poison. You can get a grant that has future costs that would walk right out from underneath the bottom of the grant and not have the money to sustain it.
I think there's an opportunity for us to put some like boundaries on our goal. If we're making a strategic financial plan, it's for what time horizon is it? I think there's a temptation sometimes to say, whatever changes we implement from a revenue standpoint or policy or whatever, it needs to be evergreen and just exist for 300 years. But we know that things are gonna change and humans are really bad at forecasting out beyond a certain date. So is it 5 years of financial planning? Is it 10? Is it 20? Is it 30 kind of? And where do those break out from us? Because, there's parts of this that 3, right? Like years, but we're gonna see revenue growth for the district from bringing in Gladstone, right? And it's been successfully renewing our levy, with Gladstone's assessed value. If we do Sandy, it's the same thing, right? The service to providing, like there is a model where for a period of time, until Oregon gets its tax base in order, where growth in itself does provide additional resources that are necessary for an organization like ours.
That until Oregon gets its tax base in order.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. 50 years?
I do think that we have to be aggressive with Brian and labor management on the tax issue and say, we really have some challenging issue you addressed too. I think there's some others, but we have to change that revenue stream. Westerns has done a great job. It's not public yet, but they're working with Pierce to come up with 2 or 3 engine companies that are gonna be pretty plain, but they're gonna be a lot more affordable. I think the last I heard is they had it in Forcer down to about 720, 750, something like that. Not gonna be dressy, but and the turnaround is, I think we're at 6 months, is that right?
I talked to Mark, I think he said 7, but yeah, 7, 6, 7 years.
So that would be a good thing. Yeah, we have challenges.
But they've also done it right though, like they've grabbed the gear, they've grabbed industry experts to do it, so we're excited to see. That's gonna be good. One opportunity I see, and this is something that is not traditional for the fire service, but is technology is growing, we need to leverage. Right, you might look at our response data and say, okay, hey, I need a station between station 5 and station 7 and station 6. It's just, we need one right there, but then if you really utilize predictive analytics, where potential growth is going to be, and you recognize, hey, maybe we leverage AI on the call taking side, that's gonna reduce 15 seconds. Now I don't have to spend $20 million on upgrading the fire station.
Yeah.
Now we're just trimming 10 seconds by using technology, and that meets the effective response force for X time. So it's utilizing programs like Dark Horse and things that we've utilized to make decisions and quantify the decision making through technology.
Yeah, with that the old amoeba process just doesn't work.
No.
And we need to have the data to know where to place stations, with call volume and response times and all the other components that go into it. Any other opportunities with finance?
I don't know, Jeff, my thought on here, like, I'm just looking at the bucket full of water and my fingers on the hole. Like if I let go, things are just nothing on that board is gonna keep that thing full of water.
No.
Right, and so I look at like the grants, there's a lot of administrative work. A lot of things that go into writing grants, not on top of that NFPA compliance, which in our area geographically, like, we don't hit a lot of those benchmarks, like, we don't hit those. The certain percentage of increase in NFPA 1710 compliance when we go write a safer grant, right? Like, we know we do it because we want to have our name in there, but then again, that's just someone else helping plug the hole, right? But with that, we do have programs that we take this down from, like, we're gonna put something that's gonna solve our problem on that board. The one thing that's helping sustain is that, like, our tech programs would not be where they're at today without grants.
Yeah.
Or without partnerships and IGAs with the fire marshal's office or with foods like fire grants or AFGs, like, that absolutely is keeping that afloat. So we have to keep up on those opportunities because we can't general fund. We just can't general fund those.
How you point those, right? We should apply for every grant we can, but like make sure that we're not picking up future liabilities that may not have money to support them. So if you that grant money could develop a tech program, develop a social media program, whatever it may be, is smart. I don't know how long we're gonna have grants or how many, but I do know there's some that normally the fire service is overlooked. CDC has some grants, there's some state grants, there's a number of grants that we might look at. Just realize that it is not gonna fix our long-term problem.
Right.
I think we have the opportunity just to kill it every time we have an interaction, whether it's on a call, whether it's working with the school district or working with somebody else. The opportunity for us to tell our story and for people to have the trust in us because of the way we communicate and what we communicate. Because whether it's looking at the levy, whether it's just looking at the bond or looking at whether influence we want to have with URDs coming in, like, just we have the opportunity to pave who we are to other folks.
I did a drill down, a study on medical malpractice early in my career. And found a really unusual anomaly. The physicians that were getting sued, the surgeons that were getting sued, were considered the very best of their craft. Ones that weren't getting sued were not ranked as high amongst their peers, but they had incredible social skills. And perfecting our work at roadside accident, EMS, or the house fire, all good, but the interaction with the civilian, and somebody said it earlier about holding somebody's hand in an EMS call. It's those little things that make all the difference in the world with how that taxpayer feels. And every time we do interface, it is an opportunity to win support.
Yeah, taxpayers or otherwise, I mean, Bill's shop, I don't know how many contracts you serve for fleet maintenance, but we have those contracts that help us because it's the service that you folks provide.
That's what I was just gonna actually bring up is. Yeah, regional partnerships and IGAs and efficiencies created from those is an opportunity. I mean, we do some now, but there's always there's always options. There's always people asking for XYZ, but there's lots of logistical things regionally that we already do that we could actually expand on.
This one's gonna be hard, but let's take a hard look at threats, and we have some out there with future finances and things that are outside of our control. What threats do you see to our finance downstream?
There, Chris?
So the first one was urban renewal, and then the next one was from Andrew, just around the promise of the fire staffing levy versus actual seats added and that perception when it comes to renewal. Correct. Capture that correct? Oh, yeah.
Well, threat number one is the levy would not pass next year. We don't renew the levy.
Do you have a plan for that? Are you working on that now? Or are we?
Yeah, no, I've whipped up a plan. I handed it to Mark.
Nice.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, no, good. I think PERS and healthcare have to be there.
Yeah.
Well, Mark, you gotta have a list as long as your arm.
Come on, say it. He's one.
No, I mean, we've talked about most of them. I think the general threat is expenses growing faster than revenues.
Well, I would add in that we have, a problem with the legislature giving away things, allowing cities and counties who apparently have better lobbyists than we do, giving away our tax dollars. They have created means by which the overlapping municipalities can divert our tax dollars in addition to the urban renewal. Milwaukee takes 3 chunks of our money because they can. And I'm not actually blaming them, but the legislature gives in and lets everybody have our dollars, and that also ties in with economy, which we don't control. And as things go bad in the economy, people are feeling poorer and they're less likely to vote for the alternative funding sources. That I think it was urban renewal, of course, a very big threat, because it doesn't make any difference how much your AB grows if you don't get it, because it's frozen and the only people that are getting it are the cities or the counties, and that's across the board. Your school districts don't get it, the boards don't get it, nobody gets it except the overlapping taxing districts. So
It makes no sense.
it did at one time, but again, the legislature done us wrong. When this district first agreed to an urban renewal district, max 5 years. That was it, 5 years, and it was gone. Well, the city and county lobbyists said, gee, this is really terrible. We can't get anything done in 5 years. So they got it bumped to 25, 30, 35, whatever it is now. So that's the problem. Urban renewal in and of itself is a good idea. And when properly applied, will do what it's supposed to do. But the problem is they overlap, the cities and counties get addicted to our tax dollars. It's other people's money, it's free money. And so they never want to let it go. And we have ours around here. So.
So perfectly articulated.
You need tax deferred properties, data centers, city.
Well, it's the housing, the subsidized housing. That's
Enterprise zones, vertical housing, like there's 4 or 5 different things that they upon each other.
Ways in which they divert our money.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
The housing crisis of 27 to 29, how'd that impact us? What impact did it have? Financially?
Right.
What,
Our AB dipped down to, anywhere from 2.3 to 2.5%. Says valuation, right? So, it was a pretty significant hit to the organization, in the housing crisis in 09.
we have about a year before it hits us.
Yeah, this one was about 2, right? I mean, there was a year, maybe it was 2. Year or 2 before it hit.
Yeah.
Before it started hitting our.
Yeah, there's always a lag, and that's hard to say, how well it's gonna go. We don't have we have a problem with construction and new activity, but we have not yet seen a problem with
plummeting property values. So I don't think currently it wouldn't be forecasted to be as bad as it was in 2011, 12. But the days of 4 or 5% AV growth were, who knows when they're gonna be here again.
What other threats do we have that we should identify?
I think there's kind of external threats, or internal to become external, whether that's legal, HR threats, right? Lawsuits, costs associated with those, and reputational effects of those kinds of things. Especially as we get bigger, society gets more litigious. We've already seen some of it.
Well, I mean, even just reputational, again, it takes, 100 great interactions to overcome that one negative interaction that gets shared, so. Reputational is definitely a piece.
Like
But we get to control that, like, we have a lot of influence on how we act and perform.
That goes back to what I said earlier, what we say as a employee or representative of Clackamas Fire District matters. People are listening on all levels.
Brian, this is a short session, but we're gearing up for the long session, which is a ways away. The issues that were talked about in arms, in Salem, you're all in front of that power program with everybody.
Yeah, I mean, so obviously the short session has a number of bills that are out there, some of which have maybe some impact on us, but the long play where we're at last year. I can't remember the Senate bill number, anyway, passed, which was a study out of London Office for Rural Fire Protection District funding. So we've got a committee of 18 folks representing the Governor's Fire Service Policy Council and districts and associations. And then we have a kind of a panel of another 8 RFPDs on there. And we're working systematically through what our services are, which is pretty succinct, but that's part of what we said we would do in the study bill. We're looking at what revenue opportunities there are, and then we're looking at what inhibits our ability to access those revenues. And then there's a piece outside of what are other states doing, what are other opportunities. So we expect to have some recommendations by the end of August, which would potentially set us up for considerations of what non-legislative or legislative considerations there might be for a long session. But the report out is due to the legislature at the end of this year. So
thank you for your hard work. It's appreciated.
Oh, there's a lot of people working on it. Yeah. But yeah, and so and they're all public meetings. If anybody wants to listen in or watch it, those types of things. And if you have ideas, thoughts, please share them with me or another member of the committee. Like, we're just trying to do good work.
Brian, I think another threat maybe would be globally on the fire side, State Fire Marshal's office and their funding and wildfire funding across the state. And as that plummets, then the responsibility falls back on the locals and wherever that may end up.
Yeah, I definitely think there's definitely a consideration of where the state resources are. A lot of our processes internally are supported by our general fund budget. And when I think about inspections and those types of pieces, some of the more utilized programs with the state, we are eligible for. Especially I think about like the wildfire seasons upstaffing grants, just based on our size, we're not eligible for those funds. But there are certainly pieces within community risk reduction that could be inhibited downstream.
I think a lot of departments have started to survive on some of those grants, staffing grants. And they can take care of themselves a little better than they could have in the past, and those, I don't guarantee those. That's a big cut, so.
So I know you're all anxious to jump up and put your 2 stars on each area, but I want to remind you, you've just eaten. A little hyperglycemia. If you live up fast, you may get dizzy. We do have a defib unit right over here. But if you would all grab some blue stars on each of the 4 SWOT lists, and then we're gonna Go to the next level.
Oh.
Two more here. Yes, so it's so stable. Response ready now. Let's get after it. Let's,
We've got a couple in the parking lot for this too, so we'll go through.
define what you want out of response readiness.
You're actually much. Wow, that's a good one. So, I wanted our response model for the future. That's really meeting the needs of the community, the response readiness at all facets of our operations and service delivery.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And that'd be all hazards, everything we're doing.
All hazards. Yeah.
So let's talk about our strengths. Obviously our equipment. I think we have state-of-the-art, great equipment, well maintained. We've got a water rescue team. What other teams do we have?
Wildland.
Okay. Wildland. USAR.
Rope rescue.
Rope rescue.
Are you guys the only hand crew in the state right now?
We're the only type 2 IA hand crew in the state of Illinois.
Okay.
Municipal.
Oh, yeah.
What are our strengths? I think our folks are well trained, never have problems there.
Physically fit.
Are we fit?
Physically fit.
Agreed. Fit.
I think in comparison to the rest of the state, we are not where we want to be, but our response reliability of the amount of resources we have is very, yeah. But it's not where we need to go, where I feel that our community needs us to go, but it is a strength when we compare it to the rest of the state of the world.
But what a great opportunity to tell our community, here's where we're at.
Yeah.
Like, here's where we need to go.
Correct. So
So
resource availability.
well equipped be? In
And
that
equipment.
well equipped.
Yeah, well, with.
Do you think you have a apparatus replacement plan that's strength, a weakness, threat, or an opportunity? That's a strength. Strength. So equipment replacement plan, so well.
As long as we fund it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a breadth there.
Well, we're flexible with it.
Sure.
I don't know, I feel like now being in the position of running emergency services and all the ups and downs, I want to kind of defer it. Before I throw my list, I'd love to defer it to like Trent and Gordo to kind of hit from the ground level, boots on the ground standpoint. Before I start throwing injects.
That's a great,
Good call. What do you think?
Well, I mean, a simple one is technology. I think that the technology that we utilize really is a strength for our response reliability. Yeah, I mean, I've seen that increase significantly over the last 10 years to the point where we're a lot more prepared to respond because of the technology that we have.
Great, what are your thoughts?
I mean, just speaking to like the amount of like changes we've had and the number of personnel that we brought on in the last few years due to the staffing levy, I think our adaptability is a strength. Yeah, I mean, we're training 62 probationary firefighters in the last few years. And like that put a significant workload on the line, and I think we adapted well and, created, good employees out of that.
Good call, good call. Other strengths?
I think our staffing goals are a strength.
I like that a lot. Number of years ago, you had a shooting in Clackamas Town Center. And your response there, how you handle it. And I remember that I'm being reported, and you did a phenomenal job. So mass casualty, those big events. I think of everybody in Oregon, you're prepared for that. If we ever had, or when we have that big earthquake or other major events like that, I think that's a strength of yours.
And that's where I was gonna go with our, with the work that our chief resiliency officer is doing. Our partnerships with the National Guard, with other agencies, the leveling up the training. How do we capture that in a single word or two? Partnerships.
Yeah, strategic partnerships.
Jeff, to your point, I think we're getting well experienced as a team collectively on those dynamic incidents. I think we've made a lot of investments, people resource wise, to improve our processes, our capabilities. But I wouldn't oversell that we're prepared for the next level, the next thing. Like, I think that it's a strength of where we're at and where we've been, but there's still room to continue to progress.
And I really think that's where that ties into those staffing goals. That helps us get to that level of preparation.
I agree. When Ed Wilson stepped in as chief of Portland, he was handed a disaster that was unique. As some of you will remember it, it was the 3 Mile railroad fire. Railroad came through dropping fire and the thing that really was amazing, well, the agencies coordinated together. They were drained, they had everybody out, and this great organization and a couple other stepped up and staff stations. But I noticed when I debriefed afterwards how well it was coordinated, that mutual aid. Is that still is at that level? Is it still as good as it was with tight budgets everywhere?
Looking at you now for that question, for that response.
You can look at Jonathan and Kyle and.
I'd say together.
But mine, looking over there, repeat your question.
No, hey, Jonathan's got you.
Long-term big.
It's better now than it was then. That was 2001, and I think it's better now than it was.
You're not that old.
I know.
What are you feeding him? I want some of that. Yeah, that was a long time ago. Okay, better now.
Just a couple more things on the strengths. We have developed a lot in our operation and our preparedness through from like the ground up, so from the firefighters up. So our extinguishment package, our apparatus design, our ventilation, our interest in tech teams, a lot of those ideas and foundational things that make us really good were from the ground up. And it was approved from the top down, but it was developed by those that are out there experiencing things. So if you look at where we're at with the time, like the readiness component, the time on task on a structure fire, even though I don't have the data, presumably 10 years ago, I would probably say we were on incident for probably twice as long as we are today. A lot of that has to do with the tools that we have, the staffing that we have, and the mindset that we have. Now, if you take that up to the next level with the preparedness for an expanding incident, we are tied in and have room to grow, but through the Fire Defense Board with regional partners, Department of Forestry, mutual aid agreements with our PSAPs. We are getting our foot in the door in all those conversations to improve our regional response and be able to handle an expanding incident in district. And we were not there 6 years ago. Like, we have made drastic improvements. So that next time, like Blue Heron incident that happened January 30th of last year, that fire would have been handled completely different 10 years ago. Would have been handled completely different. So I think that we've made great strides towards being that all hazards fire department, where everybody expects us to be able to handle the big one, the fire, the earthquake, or whatever it is, right? Like, we are getting there. And so I think that is a success through all levels of the organization. The boots of firefighters in the stations are hitting those items and proving that our systems are working. And if not, we're humble enough to say that they're not working and we'll change paths. So a lot there, Heppel, I'm sorry.
And on top of that, I want to throw it, when I first moved in as a director, one of the concerns we had was high quality chief officers that could handle incidents and do a good job with the safety of safely mitigating incidents. And there was there was a few challenges with that years ago. I think one of the things that's happened is our battalion chiefs and our chief officers have matured generally across the board. We don't have just a couple that are really good and a couple that aren't as good. I think they're all really do a really good job. And if they don't, I think there's opportunities for them to improve that make them good chief officers and help control those scenes and help get the firefighters in, put the fire out and go home safely, which is ultimately what we want to see.
Yeah.
And so I think kudos goes out to the people that are taking charge of these scenes and doing a good job.
Speaking to those points too, we've standardized our incident command structure on how we run fires, and so being a new company officer, it was easy for me to understand and predict what was coming next because we had standardized. You're not getting conflicting information from different battalion chiefs who run a fire differently. Everyone's on the same page, and then you pass that down to the company officer level. And then now, I'm able to run a fire, and it's predictable, for the crews coming in and what assignment they're probably going to get, and they're anticipating that need, and it creates that faster incident stabilization, like Chief Mueller was saying.
Yes, I think this is a great topic for you guys, because we started this morning with a discussion on people, and you have that training at that company officer, battalion chief level. So something's working with it, but we also recognize 3 or 4 hours ago that we gotta do more of that. So I think it's a great point, but it's a strength. I think it's a threat too, that you could start to lose that pretty quick.
Who's HSO in this room?
Well. Heather's not
Health
here.
safety officer, okay.
Yeah.
So they do an annual report on hazard risk. And since they're not here, what unique risk do you know of that would be a response problem? Any bridges, anything unique in our community that would cause,
Oh, yeah, we have multiple bridges that if those go, we are isolated. And you guys throughout the Portland metro area, everything, yes, that's one of the risk factors that we have.
Damascus.
Yeah.
what other items, any major concerns with exposures, big fuel,
Rail.
storage, rail?
Yeah.
Natural disasters, you just lived it.
Yep.
Let's talk about.
How many those we have?
We have the largest concentration of ammonia cold storage facilities in the Portland metro area. So down in Clackamas, off 212 there. So that is a definite risk.
That's a huge risk.
Yeah.
I'd like to capture something that Dan was chatting about. Like, I think one of our strengths is our ability to reflect and do AARs, whether it's on the tailboard or after a larger incident, and just being able to be reflective of what did we do well, what can we improve on. And I think back, not even just incidents, but looking about like the IMT drills and, those being done, that everyone gets the opportunity to say, hey, this is where we did well, this is where, I could have improved whatever it is, but that ability to look inward, is part of our strengths.
You're doing it right now.
We're doing it right now.
I like it.
Let's list weaknesses, concerns you have. That all of us have, for, response readiness.
In your parking lot, you've got your deployment model and alternate response plans. So whether those are weaknesses or opportunity, I think they're both definitely an opportunity, but just so we don't lose sight of those.
Thank you.
Well, they go hand in hand.
Yeah.
In my world. Also, the stuff, the equipment's wearing out. Faster than we can pay for it, then we can earn money.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or we'll throw it out there, frequent callers.
The challenge, and I don't think it's gonna get better. I think
It's gonna
it's gonna get worse.
It's absolutely gonna get worse, but frequent callers. Frequent 911 we utilize, there's just something that we're gonna have to try to stay ahead of all the time.
Jay, you mentioned that, I agree with you. I think it probably fits more in the threats category, because I had a piece for the threats on
Fair enough.
outside entities utilizing us rather than providing the service themselves. So, like, an example would be care homes not hiring the staff to do lifts, I mean, they're going to do lifts for them. And that's just one of the many examples where we're utilized in place of another organization providing that service themselves because we're free. So.
And what I was thinking of is the individual frequent callers, you know, that aren't having their healthcare needs met. That institutional frequent callers is a whole nother bailiwick. I agree.
Shoreline, just north of Seattle, has a couple that aren't daily, but are almost daily, calls. And it's, well, what do? You know, you take a unit out of service and they're doing transport and their APOD time is extremely long, so taking a unit out is just not a good thing to do.
I was shocked that King County, even with Seattle Fire said they respond to overdoses.
Oh,
You remember that?
Yeah,
We're talking about an Narcan program, so I think they said 80 overdoses in just in the downtown Seattle. So
Vancouver, Canada is so bad that they now have names on the alleyways, so they know where to go to respond, and it's not uncommon to get 3 or 4 deceased a night. It's down, but it was so bad.
You mean the drug overdose?
Yeah. It was unbelievable. There were so many calls that they literally named the alleys and numbered them, so you'd know where they were. Most of them were in the alleys. And talked to the chief about a year ago, just after its peak, and he rolled out a few nights on shifts. And I think he said one night he had picked up deceased.
how many?
4 in one night. So real challenging.
Well, I'll say it out loud, you know, dealing with overdoses is a thing. I mean, I work in Multnomah County, you don't tell me about overdoses. But that's only that's only one issue. I mean, you've got people with chronic medical conditions that they don't get attention for whatever reason, and they use 911 all the time just for low blood sugar all the time or whatever. So that's an issue. And you know, just when you talk about one person, it doesn't sound like a big lift. But when you got 150 or 200 in that are using 911, just say 8 times a month,
Yeah,
that adds up quickly.
real fast. And we're seeing a trend where, you know, our brothers and sisters, police force, they're stretched and they're lean with staffing. And it appears that a lot of calls are coming our way that would not have been, or calls where we have support that we don't have today. So,
John, I have a couple more things up here. Weakness, we have dry planning zones. We have,
Where'd you say drive?
dry planning zones. We have a heavy rescue with no engine next to it. We have 2 trucks with no engine next to it. Another weakness is that we say yes to things that aren't necessarily our responsibility. We do not have full-time funding for hazmat. The sheriff's office is responsible for water rescue, but during the floods, we were the only ones with boats in the water besides the 304th. So the USAR is a completely different thing. Like, we have this expectation of emergency response, but we are not able to fund it directly through the GF. And so, and if we were to say no, it's not our responsibility. Weakness, because number one, it's a financial hit. Number two, long time ago, we started saying yes to a whole bunch of stuff without a long-term commitment to it. It's just like the frequent flyers and the 911 system, but.
Community medicine, right, Daniel? You can add that in your list of community medicine. It's one of those things.
For sure, yeah.
You know, and I'm actually gonna weigh in from the PR and politics side. On our prior conversation about like the alpha calls, you know, the frequent callers that we have. I view it as a longer term risk that the pendulum could swing too far the other direction. Because when we think about an aging population that's expecting from us and they're paying a levy rate to us, right? There are 84-year-olds out there who want the peace of mind of knowing that when something happens and their spouse falls out of bed, that there are gonna be, 3 or 4, well-dressed, friendly, professional firefighters that are just gonna show up and help solve their problem for them. And so there is a piece of the, where it's like, there's what we know we're really good at, what we're scoped to do, what we're resourced to do, and then what the community expects or thinks they might want from us or want us to be. And I perceive that sometimes there's a gap between those two things.
How do you want me to document that?
Well said. Paragraph form.
Yeah, what did you say?
Meeting community expectations, you know,
Misalignment.
yeah, misalignment, there you go.
Were you done, Dan, with your list?
There's a lot of stuff. We can't just leave 5 things on the board for weaknesses, administrative responsibility. There's a lot of things that are outside of our purview. Like, I think that our PSAPs are a weak link in our response reliability. I think that distance traveled, like geographically, for training and required district business is a weakness. And I feel that the 13 consolidations that we've had, those fire stations were built in those locations, and we were just handed over those buildings in those locations. We never had an opportunity to say, hey, let's rewrite this map, redo this map here. And so there's a lot of things that are handed to us that we financially can't overcome. Example, Station 5 being right next door to Station 1, right? Like, is that the most efficient? I think it's great for response times, but is there efficiencies in there? So I don't know if you guys have more to add to that.
Yes, and I think to piggyback on that is a weakness I see is future planning for future locations for the expanded growth and the increased call volume that we're going to see. Some of the analytics and the predictability of 2050 shows a double in the call volume when we looked through our Dark Horse program. And having a plan between 2026 and 2050, when that forecasted call volume hits in this area right here. And how do we solve that problem and get ahead of that now? Or is it too late as far as expanding and buying dirt and having a plan for the next future fire station locations? We play all the games online, but we have to absolutely be seeing that as I was waiting for that to be in the threat. Call volume would be a threat.
And we did capture, but we'll keep capturing because the lack of older.
And I think we probably missed that this morning, but
Yeah.
No,
that's
it was good.
I think that's a big one for us, and I think that's not changing anytime soon.
No, so it's gonna fit here too, for
Yeah.
sure.
Something that keeps me up at night a little bit, and I don't know if this is a weakness or a threat. There's a lot of things that keep me up, but this is one that I think we have some control over our destiny. Early 45% of the population in the state of Oregon are in the Portland metro area. There's not one dedicated air asset for wildfire protection in that 45%. And so as we talk about OSFM funding drying up, we talk about those types of things. We need to get ahead of that because this is a teeter for me of a weakness or a threat, because a threat is here. And so I think you genuinely could throw this as a threat, but you could also throw it in the weakness side.
Yeah, I love that you bring that up because within 5 minutes of my house are usually 4 air tankers, 4 seats, 5 helicopters.
Bingo.
And there's nothing between my house and those aircraft except juniper trees.
Yeah.
So that's a really good point, is that they all are placed, but not necessarily where that threat is. So a great point. Jake, please.
You know, it's a threat, but it's also a strength, which is kind of weird as our wildfire response. Chief Brown and I have talked quite a bit over the years of how with climate change being what it is, wildfires is going up. It's happening every year. You know, I've asked, I think the question I asked him to Brent and Nick just not too long ago is, are we at, is wildfire season 365 days now? And I think Brent said not yet, but we're getting there. And so it's like, well, we're getting close to being wildfire season being the entire year. And I think so that is a threat, but I think we've also done a pretty good job of responding to that. And I think Chief Brown is also talking about, right now he's talking about an air asset or more for that thing, because we know the threat's here, it's real, and it's gonna get, once again, it's gonna get worse. Our call volume, our responding to grass fires / wildfires is just going to increase.
And
I know, correct me if I'm wrong, Chief.
No, I will say.
This
Wait,
winter.
Jay, that was amazing, and it's an opportunity to
It's- and
sell
it's-
our value to the community, right? So we've got a whole bunch of people who are really skilled at structure fire, who love structure fire, but we've got this emerging and growing wildland division. What I would say to our levy-funded structure fire organization is the public, they're squarely focused on this wildfire risk that's emerging, and so we need to lean into that, and the more that our organization leans into that, the more that we sell our value to the community.
Chief Brown's comment earlier about our points and the technology piece, I think wildfire thing also comes to mind about the opportunity to leverage technology of, locating, finding the right resources, whatever, right, for wildfires or EMS or not going on call or whatever we can do. But there's definitely an opportunity to leverage technology for a variety of fronts to shore up our response readiness ahead or to help with actual response. When we can instance of it.
I think, you touched on a little bit, but you're bringing on opportunity for response rate is just sharing your story. I just think that all of these things are an opportunity to share that we need to take advantage of. And whether it's a changing threat, whether it's increasing call volume, whether it's the lack of ability to respond, whether it's a response readiness, all those are opportunities. Just gotta jump on. Other opportunities. We got 911 on there, did we?
We should put 911.
Yeah, it's the PSAP.
Talk about
PSAP is weeks.
Oh, it is, okay, good.
which makes it an opportunity.
Yeah, it's kind of all over the board. Feel like we're playing darts right now. We are just trying to flip back and forth.
Let's go to threats and we'll straighten up for you.
All right, let's go back to threats. All right.
So one we have is, we have 16 engines bottom to the bond, they're all gonna age out real close together. Oof.
When is that?
2032 to 2035, Bill, what?
Ish, yeah.
For apparatus?
Yeah, for engines, the 16 we bought there, the bond,
37.
okay, 37.
Well. 5 years prior to that, actually 32, but. They'll go to 37. Not very far
As
away.
long as Bill doesn't retire. Between now and then, I'll be around for at least 11 more years.
Even going, and that'll just cost money. I'm curious what hasn't been on here is EMS and. Cause I work this environment, but the relationship with privates and public and where does that fit in there? Is it all the above? It's gotta be somewhere on this response readiness.
I think it's all three.
Okay.
It's opportunities, weaknesses, it's threats, but it's actually all four probably.
Okay.
Right now, the relationship is really, really good. But I mean, I think you could put it in all four of those areas.
I think we have to capture its. Call volume is high, but. Who knows where it could go? It's gotta be on that.
You talking about the EMS agencies
I'm talking about
or EMS in general?
EMS and your relationship with public and private, response with that. How the ASA works, all those pieces that could move along real well and smooth. Or some hiccup and then you end up with it. It's gonna land here if it goes bad.
Yeah, I feel that the outside threats would be those that can't fiscally sustain themselves. So whether that's another agency that or the private ambulance company that owns the ASA, but something could happen really fast that would be like the ambulance would change our emergency response
Quick.
readiness really, really, really quick if that was dropped in a lab. Yeah,
It's happened before.
yeah.
Not here, but it's happened in the state before. And suddenly you own it.
Well, the PSAP's part of that too, is making sure that the calls are getting triaged appropriately and we're sending the right resource, not just Clackamas resource, any resource in the county to the right call. And the way they triage the call, PSAP has a lot CCOM has a lot to do with it.
Yeah.
And that is a weakness and or a threat. So.
Sounds like you got them all, you're gonna flip back and forth.
I'm gonna give opportunities.
All right, let's do one more focus on response readiness. This is threat opportunities, whatever we missed that needs to be on the board.
Not a whole lot here in opportunities. Brian, you have some?
So one thing I was thinking about was like, I don't know, strengthening our regional operations and approach. I know we chatted before about, you know, what is collaboration and what it looks like 2001 to today, but what can we do, reorganization wise, looking at shared numbering or whatever it is that makes the system more fluid and more integrated, I guess. Some weird phrase, I don't know. Regionalization, yeah. Yeah, and not from the concept of
Consolidation.
not consolidation, but
shared.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have no situational awareness of anything that's going on around Clackamas Fire. We don't have a common comms plan. We don't have a common PSAP. We don't have common operating procedures. There's a lot of things that we're trying to work on, but they're definitely opportunities because we've seen some of those start to be addressed and we've had success with those. And I know that those are going to continue to be fruitful, but yeah, the regionalization component, I think that is going to be probably on all four of our organizational priorities at some point. This is a critical part of, of emergency response and efficiency and timeliness and getting the right resources quick and stair stepping in these greater escalating emergencies. The trigger points, when we're gonna call for help, the reliability that they show up, all that stuff.
Yeah, I love you said that, Dan, right? Because if you look at opportunities, it's human beings that form geopolitical boundaries. Fires and emergencies do not have geopolitical boundaries.
They don't care.
They do not care. And so, I think regionalization is the answer. It's just whether or not, it's ego and pride will.
It's when, not if.
What?
It's when, not if.
Then if the public had the opportunity to know, they would want that to happen.
Agreed.
That we would all be working together for that common goal,
Agreed.
fiscally and operationally.
Agreed.
And I don't know, maybe not in a non-transporting, but I think we can't lose sight of alternate destination for transport and also, community paramedics, right?
We do have community medics.
Is that making a difference?
We will know, we just did a study, we should know the answer to that in short order, right, Dan?
Yeah, we just extended through October, and then by the end of the year, we'll have, the consulting company will have their final report, but it's another finger on the leak in the bucket. It's not, at the pace of that everything is growing.
It's not solvent.
Right, and as we talked about that was an opportunity through funding through the county.
Yeah.
So if they don't fund it, that opportunity is gone for us, right? So these people the agencies have been generous about trying to be creative, but, and they're great opportunities. But if they're not long-term sustainable, then they're just gonna fall off the plate, right? So
Another opportunity I think we have is to continue exploring our alternate response models.
Yeah.
See where these rescues, can we put a rescue next to an engine like Sandy and make that same kind of a call volume impact?
yeah, another opportunity I'm just thinking of is the pilots. We seem to be very successful with, and I know it's another operational change for the line, but there's great feedback that comes back from putting a 6-month or 12-month pilot out and testing like we are with alpha calls. Those are going to continue to expand because we have to try new things, and that is our avenue to do that. So almost like formalizing how we do that, because it's going to be for the rest of our careers. We're going to be finding ways, testing out different ways, and this organization has proved that we're not afraid to put our foot across the threshold and say we're going to be the ones that are going to try this because we see that there's a potential here. So yeah, the pilot and pilot programs are a big part of it.
Also, Jeff, then for you guys that are the Clackamas folks, one of the issues we have with our dispatch center, 16 years ago, when I was working as a lieutenant at Station 73 and Jason Franklin was working at Station 7 in Clackamas, we found out that it was actually, if we needed each other's help, it was actually faster if we exchanged personal phone numbers, because we found out it's faster for me to call Jason Franklin at Station 7 and say, hey buddy, I got a problem, can you come and help me? Or him to call me on the phone, then go through the dispatch center. So what we're doing now, right now, is we are not, when it comes to the border between Clackamas and Multnomah County, we are not sending the closest unit. We are sent, because if you're in Station 7's area, 20, and they're not there, 29s or 73s in Multnomah County is actually closer. But because it takes so long to get it through the dispatch center, it's actually faster to send a unit that's farther away to get to that call, just because it takes so long to get that relay set up through those dispatch centers.
Yes.
And 16 years ago, it hasn't, well, I should back up. It has been that way since 1994, when we went to an 800 megahertz system. It was faster when we were back at, it was a faster relay when we were at 154 back before 1994. It's actually gotten worse with the 800 megahertz system.
And we've had some really good conversations with the state regarding this, and there's a state plan regarding that specific issue. We've also talked across the borders. But until it actually happens, it's an issue that we have.
Does that, or address PSAP, does any of that discussion need to be captured in this one?
That discussion's been happening ongoing for these 32 years.
It's interesting to me somewhat, if you think about the 9/11 incident and AFG grants funding out of that. You may remember the main reason those came out was communication. They could fix that, so how many years later are we not fixing that same thing that money was funded for? So it's just a challenge we have. I think we can prioritize the.
Brad, we need some stickers. We have plenty of blue dots. You have 2 dots per sheet. I'm quite sure we're gonna do
If you control that, can I give you a high sign when I'm gonna step out of line?
Just shut her down.
Yeah, shut her down.
Do you need a code word like Apple?
Apple. So what we're gonna do is, take all the information that we gathered. We're gonna look through how you've rated them. When we can, we're gonna consolidate things together. When there are some things naturally that fit well together, we're gonna try to reduce it down so that it's manageable. And then we're gonna shoot it back, all prioritized. We're not gonna leave anything off, but it will be the highest, best use of time and money down to the lowest, as you've rated it. And then we'll work with staff, we'll refine that down so that it comes back to you for the next step in the process. So this is not gonna happen overnight, but it will take a little bit of time. We're gonna do it right. So let's hit community resilience, and let's, is there anything you wanna add about? Let's just jump into it, our strengths with community resilience.
So I guess I'll leave with a couple thoughts. So one, community resilience is probably the segment of the organization that interacts with our folks the least, that they've had the most experience with. Certainly people is the high one, right? And finances are there with everything, emergency responses and commonalities. So community resilience being one of our 4 organizational priorities, really have the opportunity to start getting some feet under it. With the addition of a position about a year ago-ish. But I think the backbone of community resilience for us goes to a few things. So going back to the planning documents, we have the standards of cover, which is really key, right? Like it's the community risk assessment, it's the community risk reduction plan, and it's the standards of cover. So there's been developmental work there, and then you integrate with other pieces. So the natural hazard mitigation plan, the community wildfire protection plan, those types of things. But so if I was to lead off with the strengths, I think, and I guess what is community resilience? You know, the idea that our communities are gonna experience events or incidents, and we want them to be able to return back to normal. And to the extent that we can, we never want normal to change. But we know there's a gap between what we can provide, what we should provide, and then what those individuals are responsible for in their own home and family. And then there's also, and we talked about other things like what other partners are responsible for. Like we can't fill the other gaps, we can't do all the things. And so trying to identify what that piece is. So I think, I mean, I'll lead off with like our strength is really the addition of the FTE, the Community Resilience Officer, who broadly has been charged with a few things. He's a communicator and a connector in terms of internally and externally. And he works with our people outside of us, our customers, our partner agencies, or stakeholders, and then our peeps, our people internally, making sure that within we're also resilient. So I would put that position, and in particular the person that we have in it, as a strength.
Brent, I'm gonna butcher this. Brentwood's, it's the partnership coordinator role, but also the Mount Hood corridor and what he's got with the county. What's the proper terminology for that, so that I can.
Is that fair time?
He went.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it's his job title is the partnership coordinator, but he's facilitating the wildfire collaborative.
That's what I was looking at.
And the wildfire partnerships that are housed underneath the community law or the countywide wildfire collaborative.
Thank you.
Is that separate from your CWP?
Yeah.
It's a conjunct, it's as part of the support structure to facilitate the action items within the CWP.
Okay. Who is this?
That's Morgan. Morgan runs that, and then the.
You guys know it's Morgan, I wanna know it's Morgan. Does Morgan do? These two, no.
No, Brent was Reed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Got it, all right.
I think it's strength and, go ahead. I think it's strength and an opportunity, arguably is, is our interoperability with communications and everything with our outside agencies and neighbors. That said, I mean, we're also continually working on that as an opportunity because we need to make it better. But both point for the community is also a strong point for us.
Yep.
On that same note, the alert and warning system, we've made a lot of progress in our relationship and partnership with the county on that.
Another success is that we're not as siloed. I can rephrase that, like we're unified, becoming more unified in our approach to working with like the Clackamas County Sheriff's Office on evacuations, the commonality of doing level 1, level 2, level 3s. The people are getting used to our system as those that are implementing it and those that are on the receiving end of it. And great case in point is the flooding that we had a couple of days before Christmas, that we on catastrophic flooding across the county, we organized through planning and through all these things that are in place, an operation that we would have had fatalities if this plan was not in place. And so that's a county level, that's disaster management, sheriff's office, Clackamas Fire, consortium, water rescue consortium, that ended up in positive results, especially with some of our communities that are our more vulnerable, communities that we have, that we were able to get ahead of that early. Get them out of harm's way and let the water push through and recede, and then get them back and get populated back in their area.
Is that consortium a fixed deal, or did it just stand up for the?
No, so we have there's a little tactical here, but after the 1996 floods, Clackamas Fire had some visionaries that put together a water rescue program that turned into a water rescue consortium, which is a signed agreement through the State Marine Board. And so we have partnership with Clackamas County Sheriff's Office, Lake Oswego Fire, Tualatin Valley Fire and Rescue, Clackamas Fire. Who am I missing on that? That's pretty much all the players at this point after consolidation. So
is your dispatch able to put all that together?
every year, about 60 times a year.
Okay.
It gets utilized quite often.
Beautiful.
So
That's a big strength.
yeah.
I agree.
I'd offer also relationships, whether it's graduates or Morgans or Dan's or the boards, or the chiefs, whether it's locally or statewide, we're connected and we're able to pick up the phone and call a lot of people. And have either influence conversations or resources when we need them, or opportunities to partner and train and expand our capacity and capability.
Yeah, just this last 12 months alone, we've had utilized the US Coast Guard. One time we've utilized the National Guard.
The Air Force.
Multiple in the Air Force reserves, all lending a hand and kind of implementing the mission, resulting in, good positive outcomes, no negative outcomes on some pretty major issues.
Well, that's pretty cool, because that doesn't happen overnight. That you can access those resources.
Yeah, the HAPNet team's connected with Silk Support Team.
Yeah, all thanks to Morgan. I was gonna talk about that, because but I mean, it fits under the community resilience officer because of his work connecting us and getting us involved with hazardous materials training. Like, we've made huge leaps with the connections we have to the other entities like CST and SURF-P, and we've even met with the EPA, and so far broader than what we've done in the past over the last year. So
What's really cool is we've talked about all kinds of normal response stuff, but it sounds like you guys. Kudos to Morgan, he gets a few blue dots, but don't tell him that. Yeah, that's pretty awesome.
Well, I was just gonna say something with Nick and Brian, Morgan's name's come up here quite a few times. It seems kind of like Morgan kind of flies under the radar and he does some great work without a whole lot of attention. The first time we met him as a board was the other night. Holy moly, I mean, maybe bring that guy out a little bit more, tell him to get out of his pumpkin and come out and talk to us a little bit once in a while.
And Gordo said it best, he likes to be under the radar.
Well, yeah, CIA, I get it, but this whole conversation is revolving around his work. So, yeah.
It's awesome. Well, how about an opportunity is more and more.
Well, some working for you. And an opportunity to lean into IMT development and seek external funding sources for building and credentialing aligned with a similar process with USAR. Although let Kyle address USAR. That's exactly what he said.
Yeah, I think all of our special operations, technical rescue teams, we kind of reached on that last topic. Is all of our teams are not necessarily funded with the general fund. And we rely mostly on grants to keep these programs alive, mostly equipment. But recently, we've been pretty successful with grants to keep our programs moving. In the past, state of Oregon, as far as the state funded USAR teams, has fallen apart. Most agencies have kind of hung up the hats and gotten rid of the equipment and pulled back on that capability. And we've found ways over the years to keep these programs alive. Same with the hazardous materials team. It's funded by the state. Without it, we would have tough the rest of the year. Water is a legacy program, and we have such a great reputation, and that's that regional piece that helps us. But now we're able to expand and go outside of our borders and get potentially even out of state and get deployed and utilize our skills and equipment and abilities to get out and help all over the country is the hope. But in the end, opportunity here is all of the above, but it's also potentially a weakness for funding, sustainability, and more of a long-term play there. And we're also setting the expectation that we do all these great things until we can't. So.
Well, and what is crazy, well, here you go. It's the cover page, but how much press and information and community involvement did the flood bring versus a single residential structure fire? And so you're right, that drops off.
Yeah.
That's.
Yeah, and being all hazards and the size where we are in the Portland metro area. We're doing our part, but I think the regional side of collaborating and joining forces with the other agencies in the area, that we can probably all do it together. But that's probably where this is going in the future, is pulling in all hazards kind of stuff from our regional partners.
Yeah, can I elaborate on the partners here? The Clackamas County Wildfire Collaborative that Brent spoke to, if you look at their website, there's 15 or 20 cooperators on there, community partners, the U.S. Forest Service, Department of Forestry, Oregon State Fire Marshal's Office, all the way down to the community level. And our outreach has been highly successful in that, even though it's kind of an under the radar component, right? So I think that ongoing opportunity for us is to continue that and continue our kind of our footprint in those communities, and not necessarily hide the outreach that is happening, because it's been highly successful. And then you turn that into the success that we've had with some of our partners with like having the National Guard come out, and like we have an hour and a half to go to a water rescue. Now we put the boat in a Chinook and fly to the water rescue. Like, we have that capability now that we didn't have, right? So I think we need to continue that outreach. It's just a continuing opportunity for us. And then it's kind of on the like measuring success without discussing it in a whole group and having everybody get at the task level and kind of see everything that's being done. It's really a hard one to say, like, how do you measure success on this, right? So maybe we kind of dive into that as an opportunity of what that looks like when we work with this programs.
How do you put a price on fitness? Well, it's just saying, oh, okay. Trying to think. When the state started hazmat team, were there 12 or 14 teams? I don't know how many there are now between.
Somewhere in that 13 teens.
13
Yeah,
teams.
it was 13.
Okay. I'm just thinking about how if we don't continue like you're talking about, that stuff can go away pretty fast, but you're not dealing with it all the time, but to support it, because it's so public facing when it happens.
Yeah, what we're always finding out is that like with Morgan specifically, the outreach occurs and nobody has said no. Everybody is more than happy to come over and assist, and that outreach just hasn't happened, right? So if they're not getting those opportunities, those other partnering agencies just, if they're not getting those opportunities to come and assist, they lose value themselves, right? So I think by us continuing that outreach and continual use is just gonna end up expanding this program and the programs and compounding, and then helping kind of with the mission with Brian's work here on the community resilience side.
Well, it's amazing what a handshake will do. And then if they feel engaged in partnering, there's a ton of energy that comes with that, I'm sure.
Right.
So otherwise they would not get to do it, and it wouldn't happen. It wouldn't exist. So back to 8:30 this morning. Your organization's a leader in that. And it probably, I would guess, based on the parties, probably wouldn't be there. And if you guys have ever worked prior to working with the military and trying to just get a helicopter in years past. Just didn't happen. You know, just you weren't able to, so.
You had to know a logger.
What's that? Yeah, you had to know, that's totally true.
When I was in Medford Ambulance years ago, that was how we would get it, was they had a
Yeah.
relationship with a logging outfit.
Yeah, you just think that trying to get people off Smith Rock and trying to get a helicopter, it's like, you're on your own, by the time you finally get it, a week later, so. Well, that's pretty awesome, there's a lot of groundwork and legwork to get to where you're at, so very cool. Go ahead.
Another opportunity, we've talked about it before, but I think there's opportunity to use technology for data to improve what we do. Like we used our course extensively within deployment and analytics for response, but they have modules for community risk reduction, those types of things that we have in funding. That would help to direct our energy and direct efficient use of the resources that we have.
I think that we forget the term community risk reduction and how big it is. When you dive into it. It's things the public can see that they otherwise wouldn't see. Technology's cool, drones, whatever tool exists. Out there, it's pretty awesome. Anything else? I would say that we have threat. Funding, right? Most of the
Is underneath.
weaknesses. Do we have any, I mean, funding's one, right? So threat two.
No, I'm different, you bro.
I just have down, just kind of, because to your point, it takes a lot of time to develop these relationships. And that's not always forward facing, right? A lot of that happens, in the background. And you've got to develop that trust with the other organizations, get to know who's who, but. Internally, we just have I think we have a diminished, internal stakeholder buy-in for this position and what value this brings back to the organization. Because it's not forward facing.
Yeah, you don't build those relationships over the hood of a pickup on scene, they're built way ahead of time. Before that.
Yeah, it's to your point with the military, as an example here, that doesn't happen overnight. The bureaucracy that have to be worked through and navigated appropriately at any point that can be just a hard no.
Yeah.
And that takes time and it takes agility to do that. But when you do see the fruits of that labor, it pays in spades in the moment of action.
So. To tack onto that, one of the thoughts I had, although I don't think he's being insulted by any means or Brentwood, but the risk of any one position being responsible to manage those relationships as people change, as things evolve, like there's the opportunity or threat like of that going away, but to ensure that we're bringing other people along and helping bridge those relationships with another person or another part of the organization to make sure this solidifies. Succession planning or, yeah.
It's networking internally, and our CRO is doing that, absolutely, every time we have connections and communications with the National Guard or the Air Force. He is bringing in all the responsible people that are tied to that category. And creating relationships and saying, this is on you guys for the future to keep this going. I'm not gonna keep doing this, this is for all of us. So there's all kinds of meetings happening and to formulate and build those relationships in the background. So and there's like Brent says, there's a lot that people don't see at all that are happening. And in 2 hours, we can put together a 6-person water rescue team and of tactical operators that are absolutely killing it and showing up with equipment, and that never happened. 20 years ago, I met with the National Guard in this room to ask them if we have a giant earthquake, and we have a huge regional problem here. Can we get help from the National Guard for our state task force? Use our task force. And they're like, no. No way. Like you get out of the way. So we've come a long ways.
Yeah.
And again, we're giving a lot of kudos to the CRO here, but it's true. We're in this category because of hiring the right people.
And I think that's the bottom line. Like, we can talk about succession planning and whatnot, but when you hire somebody up front. Man, he is a killer. See, he just is. Period. I mean, you can go out, you can use the football analogy, right? You have a fantastic quarterback, you go out and replace him, it's not the same, right? There is so much that is dependent on who you're putting in these spots and putting the right person in the right spots. And for us, Morgan West has been the regular spot.
Well, can you guys think of how your department should go in and put this up and have this discussion right now? And be crickets. I mean, truly, we're just, I don't know, what will we do with it? A hot potato and throw it around.
And we do that in our regional operations meetings. We have those conversations with our counterparts in Portland Metro. We compare notes and what do you guys think? Well, what do you do? And so there's a lot of good conversations about that.
Yeah, that's, Chief Stewart and I chatted just briefly about this ahead of time, but there's a lot here. And if you didn't talk about it in this room and start throwing it out there, nobody probably realized it until you needed it. So you gotta make sure it's appreciated the whole time that it exists, everybody understands it. It can go with that. Pretty cool, really cool. Anything else on that? I think we blue star the whole thing myself.
Yeah.
Really.
I think the threat is being able to have this go in perpetuity and staffing it appropriately, because we've talked about a lot of amazing things that are going on, but how much more amazing would it be if we were able to staff it accordingly?
Well, as you write that down, I mean, I think, again, what components of community resilience are we talking about staffing? Because I wanted to turn and ask Doug, like, from your segment with community services and with fire marshal's office, you know, like, where do you see the strengths and weaknesses there? We kind of got focused in on a particular facet rather than.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Yeah, because I was sitting there pondering, you know, community resilience, we always go big scale. And which is very important, but I think there is a small day-to-day scale of it that we're not hitting on with this, is the business that, whether they don't have a fire or the fire's mitigated quickly, room and contents, whatever it may be. I mean, that's the definition of resilience, of getting back to normal as soon as possible. So I think in terms of strengths and stuff like that is related to our existing and growing community relationships. Like we have a good foundation in the community. Our crews do a great job. We ask them to go to meetings and represent us, kind of that grassroots efforts. And I think that does make a huge difference. I get emails all the time from those groups, being grateful that they met the officer, the lieutenant, the BC or whatever, and they have a name to their person protecting their community. So I think that is a strength. I think the difficulty though is, and I don't even say staffing levels, is trying really just to get connected beyond the easy ones. Like the neighborhood associations, they want to see us, they're going to see us. We have safety fairs, they come as they want to see us. But if you go down our list of at-risk audiences, we don't have good ways to connect with them. We can't get into their houses. We can't get them face to face. We can try and we do make some connections, but it almost has to be a two-way street, willing to meet in the middle. So I think creatively finding ways to reach all of our audiences and mostly our at-risk ones, because our non-at-risk ones are the ones who want to talk to us. They invite us in. They're willing to get our help and our input. The other groups aren't. So I think that's what we're tasked with working on, is we're kind of reformatting this year of how do we reach those at-risk groups in masses, not just one-on-one. Yep.
So maybe that's an opportunity, like developing strategy.
Yeah, for sure.
Connect with that. That's
Right.
Well, with the resilience topic, like on a large incident scale, it's kind of, you get into like the recovery component, right? Like we're the initial response part, but the recovery component, getting things back to normal, has a lot to do with public health and things outside of our purview. And so you're talking earthquake or flooding or whatever it is. And so I think one of the threats to community resilience is what's happening to those that are responsible for some of those aspects, and are they up to speed? Are they ready for it as well? Because they're kind of out of our lane a little bit. But when it comes down to it, like Brent was saying, those relationships tie it together, help us be on the same page, and I do think we're highly successful in comparison to our county across the state, that our fire defense board and all of those partners meet once a month, have good relationships, have buy-in to the programs that are being implemented. But there's a lot of responsibility that falls on them as we talk about the recovery and the repopulating thing, and getting back to how it used to be in these great emergencies.
Appropriate recognition for our partners and appreciation for them. Topic of conversation.
As a
Well, as a threat, like if we are appropriately recognizing and bringing our partners along with us. They could feel like they're just getting tapped when we need them and forgotten about later.
What?
Saying thank you.
Saying thank you. Perfect.
How about the ability to communicate with everybody? The ability to get the word out there.
Yeah, I'd actually say a weakness of community resiliency is the regional jamming system that we have. It doesn't function.
Putting fires out quickly.
I would think, I would just say that I guess the most diplomatic and political way I could say it is that some of our regional partners have different sets of priorities. That they focused on.
Well, we're bringing up.
So sometimes getting aligned around kind of what even the issue is that we're tackling and stuff. And then the language that we use to communicate around that issue is sometimes quite different also.
Yeah, I would bet at times that language could be very foreign to some of them.
Yes, well, and to us as well, the language that they use would strike our organization as foreign as well. An emergency in Clackamas County can look different than an emergency in Washington County or Multnomah County. Depending on kind of perspective of the organizations at the table.
Yeah, it doesn't just drop on our mutual aid. It's not an easy answer for it.
No, and it's not just the fire agency partners, right? I mean, it's disaster management, counties, and local governments, all of that, yeah.
I saw an IC Red Cross here earlier. So there's all kinds of partners that aren't your normal partners that you've got to build those relationships with you otherwise wouldn't reach out to.
I want to throw it out. I think the agency's ability to respond to fires quickly and effectively and get fire put out quickly so that room and contents apartment fire doesn't turn into a 3-alarmer. I think that we do a great job on that. And I also think it's under threat too, on the fact that as our call volume increases and we don't expand the resources, that if that fire engine is sitting on a low acuity medical call, it's not available to respond to that apartment fire. So right now, I think we do a great job, but I think we need to be looking at the future to make sure that our heavy assets are available to do heavy asset stuff, like apartment fires. But right now, we don't have an issue. They could do a great job of that. So I think there's a lot of property safe, and I think Chief Mueller, I think it was you showed me the other day, from the time I called and the time the fire was out was like, what, 8 minutes or something like that? One of you guys showed me that. Anyway.
What did you say, the time I called, the time of?
The fire was out.
Oh, yeah.
Was that you that showed me that?
Yeah, it wasn't, but we've had that discussion. I haven't showed you any hard data on, but yeah, it's getting our fire under control.
Yeah.
Getting great.
So that's a lot of property saved right there. Yeah, and not only is a lot of property saved, it limits our firefighters to hazards. They get fire out quickly, so they're exposed to the hazards for a long time. They're not as exhausted.
Yeah.
They don't have to use that fitness so much to fight that fire. So.
Yeah, and you can become a little more resource rich when you're incredibly resource poor. So faster. Yeah. That's really cool. There's a lot there. So kudos to all of you guys for that. Because you're kind of alone in that area. And your flood was pretty flooding. It was a pretty dang front and center.
Yeah.
And maybe not this winter, but it's gonna happen again. So. Anything else on community resilience you can think of?
I was just thinking back about our involvement and engagement with it. I going back to a brief kind of symposium I was at last fall, back in like September. And community resilience came up. We were one of 2 out of 60 agencies, leading agencies in the Western Fire Chiefs that have a staff position for community resilience.
It's scary.
So,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, it's, we're identifying the gaps we're trying to fill. But I think really to Jonathan's piece earlier about finding the right person in the position. I think that's something that we focused on in the last few years, being very cognizant of, whether it's the firefighter on the fire engine or the facilities project manager, making sure that the people that promoted that are hired are prepared and are ready to do the job, and everybody's going there.
Go back to this morning, people. This entire program doesn't happen with the right people. It doesn't ever even take flight or happen. So that's pretty amazing. Any other thoughts on it? Good job. And they were a big part of that for sure.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's stick these up, and I don't know about blue dotting this, except I think your whole program is a priority here. I really do. I don't know how else you could lighten that program up in any way, shape, or form without leaving a gaping hole. And like we talked a little while ago, this is one of those things where now that it's up, you really gotta fight to keep it. Because their public expectation is so much higher than it would have been. Our job is to make bad situations better. And this does that. Otherwise, you have a bad situation that doesn't get better. So, yeah, it's great.
Do you want to try to prioritize it, or you want us to work on it, massage it, and try to come back with something?
As we would prioritize it, work the system.
Work the system.
Work the system.
Work the system.
Yeah.
Like where's one space is.
Yeah, what's interesting is how many of you are involved in this,
No,
right? Yeah. Got it. That's great. That's awesome.
Let's do this and try to get you guys out of here, about 3 o'clock. It's been a long day and everybody's tired. You worked through lunch. Let's just.
Jeff, I'm sorry, I just, what I'm hearing in the room is we wanna go through the process.
Yeah. Okay, we're doing it.
So,
Yeah,
we're doing it.
Got it.
We're doing it.
Blue dots, 2 dots. It'll take just 15 minutes. Covered a lot of ground today. What's in the back of your head that we missed? What didn't we address that's gonna be a problem downstream for us the next year or 2? This is good.
Next generation of leadership.
Like leadership.
You look around, there are a lot of people here. 6, 5, 4, 3 years from retiring. And there might be people interested, but I think there's less and less people raising their hand that want these type of positions. Hey, don't make it, but you could raise your hand who don't want it right now. Yeah.
Thomas.
I am biased because I'm in the community. I feel Clackamas Fire is not only an organization that helps the community, but also we need to diverse the community into the community. Meaning, some strategically, I know we have to be worrying about the money, we have the hours, but strategically, I like to see some deep organizational leaders from this community be spread out in various organizations, and that has to be determined strategically by the big tank, the thinking people. So I would like to have more involvement. And there is some, but I think that's not enough to show Clackamas Fire, because the community needs to know, when we talk about Clackamas Fire, that should come to their mind is the people they are associating with or not the truck? Because they don't know who is a human element in it.
Yeah, how do we coin that in a few words?
Share the human side.
Humanize the district.
Yes, thank
Humanize
you.
the district.
Thank you,
Okay.
Chris.
Nice job.
Communications guy right there. Give him a big-
Sweet, I got an M&M.
All right. What else did we miss?
Jeff, I don't know if it got covered multiple times, but I wanna, one of the things working through this today, and this was awesome, but I think there is a significant gap between, in the direction that the local wants to see us go and where we can actually go. And I think the bringing us together like that, if you look at the threats common, like you can't, these threats don't matter if internally if we're not 100% in alignment. So we have to have actually adding the third leg of this with the board of directors, the local and the fire district. Like,
What do you thought?
that is one of those things that we just went to the mat on our financial stability, like our financial security and where we are. And we were still out of alignment on where the actual, what we could actually do, right? And so we were very committed through a process like that, through arbitration. And everything that we put on the board today was like, we had a long conversation on financial threats. And what is happening is something very real for the administration who's trying to run one of the most highly successful organizations in the state. I think we're all proud of that. I think everybody's proud to be a member of the organization, but if we don't have that alignment with the local on what we can actually do, we're gonna constantly be battling the conversation about what our priorities are. We're gonna be battling buy-in. We're gonna be battling what our why is, the frustration, communication problems, driving your own narrative. That has so much to do with this. And so I'm sure every organization probably is having the same conversation, but everybody's in it for a reason. And so I just want to make sure like that is just the one thing that I think we need to solve that. If we can before any of these other things on the sweet idea list gets hit.
I gotta ask you, why and how do we bring everybody together? And this is March again, so I'm gonna take it.
Yes. You better.
I mean, I'm gonna agree with you that the alignment of the district and the union hasn't always in recent times been the same. I think just giving us a seat at these tables, doing these kind of things, working collaboratively, because in the end, like we want to see administration win because that makes labor win in the end, right? We want to work more collaboratively together and have the same goals. So I think there's great opportunity in that, and inviting us to be part of these things is a way to strengthen that and to be involved in more decisions maybe than labor has been in the past. Is a way that is to strengthen that relationship.
Yeah.
Correct. When you come involved in things like this, do you take a summary or report back to your core group of people in the union?
I mean, it depends on what the topics are. We try and
For example, today's case.
Yeah, like we'll take this back, like Gordian, myself and Nate, the principal officers, we'll all meet, we'll talk about what was talked about today. And then we'll, get the summary and then we'll break down like what really matters to us. And so not everything is a labor issue that we've talked about in here today.
No.
So we're gonna identify labor issues and where we want to focus our efforts and that we can have a voice to the district. So yes.
Thank you.
And Trent's 27 days on assignment now. So
Yeah.
Never did.
I'll just say from my perspective, the organizational perspective, like, it's important that you take the things back and have the labor conversations, but your input today has been broader than that. And I appreciate you guys taking the time and engaging because, again, your input is valuable and important to us.
Your input's bigger than the big five.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bigger than that.
And being new in a labor position, I would kick back a little bit of what you said and say, I think it's all. Once we get over the mindset that it's not labor and management issues, it's an organizational issue and labor is one spoke in the wheel. And as long as you understand that you're one spoke in that wheel, you're part of a team that goes a long ways. Otherwise, you always end up sitting over here and picking sides and the old wagon wheel, if one spoke breaks,
it falls apart. But to have the opportunity to come to the table and sit here in this room, if that doesn't resonate, I don't know what does resonate at that point. That's pretty cool.
Absolutely.
So even if there's tough conversation to have, you stand up and have them, and this is where you do it. So very cool.
So sorry. I have a broader question when we're done. I think for us, it would be helpful that if there's anything from the board's perspective, like staff would like to go back and get some work done. If this is generally in the vein of your consideration, but there's other directions you'd like to provide or guidance. Staff would like to lean forward into the process, and we'll touch base at the next board meeting, and those types of things, but just looking for a little bit of direction about where we are, or if there's any areas of focus.
I can.
I think this is a really great process we've gone through, gained a whole lot of information. And I think if you guys take this back and can come up with a strategic plan, it's like I said, you can't. If you come up with 38 scenarios, tomorrow morning 39 is gonna show up. So I think if you guys take this and move forward with some of the stuff that we've discussed here today, I think this is a good direction to head.
I would agree with Chris, but on the same token, as we move forward, we actually gotta do it. Whatever we land on over the next several weeks, we need to actually do it. Otherwise, this is just an academic feel-good moment. So I think that's the challenge for all of us in this room, is to decide on what we're gonna do and then actually do it. Or do the best we can to do it anyway. Sometimes we're gonna run up against walls, but
I think what Jay is saying, one of the things I teach a leadership class a couple times a year. And one of the things that I tell people is no process or procedure ever solved the problem. The successful implementation of a process or a procedure might solve a problem. But just writing down a process or procedure, it becomes part of Jeff's, big honking binder. That's it, just goes on the wall. At some point, you have to go put it into plan and put it into action and see if it works.
And I think if you take the workbook and we continue this process moving forward, and you start to put names to the things in there, is where you have some accountability to. Is that you apply that to them, otherwise you're right.
I would just say too, there's a lot of common themes that I've seen. There's a lot of collaboration and partnerships, staffing. I think as we go forward, I would just hope that all of us at all levels would keep an open mind on all the topics. We talked a lot about the levy. Well, when it comes time to discuss the levy renewal, what are we gonna renew? Is it the same? Is it more? Do we need more? The 52 cents in 2023 is not the same 52 cents as 2028 is gonna be. Is it less? The bond. Do we need more? Do we need the same? Do we need less staffing? Do we need more? So I think we just keep an open mind as we go forward. I would just ask that we are open with all of the different topics as they come up.
Yeah, and build your ammunition and your ideas out of what happened too. Yeah.
Okay. What I learned today is we have $100 million nonprofit organization whose employees, I mean, all their employees, the administrative as well as the online ones, use their talents, their skills, their training, and their compassion to serve their community 24/7. And what we need is to follow through the ideas today that support those customers. And I agree with that. It doesn't do us any good if we don't do something.
Yeah, I appreciate all the comments, and to follow up, part of it's not just completing things, but it's also communicating what that is. For example, our current plan, which we run through June, I think there was 42 or 43 goals on. There's 3 that we took off because we just couldn't land. Like Dan had one on renumbering apparatus across the area. Technically, it just wasn't gonna happen, so we struck that one. There are 3 that we're not completing because of other organizational challenges, and a few that are delayed, but you know, by the end of the year, 33 of the original 43 will have been completed. But one of the pieces that Chris and I have chatted about is what does the communication piece look like, both internally for our members, internally for our policymakers and administration, and then externally to the public. So we're communicating about what the intent is and what's being accomplished and what roadblocks are we running into and how are we overcoming those or navigating them. So yeah, appreciate the feedback.
Thank you, Shelby, for the food and the hospitality too, because I don't think you guys starved today.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Somebody has to set all this stuff up and make it work. Chief Stewart and I got here this morning and just stared at everything.
That's why Shelby came in at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yep, that's right, yeah. Yeah, her middle of the night email. That's right. Did Jeff come back? Is there anything else?
No.
Mark, do you have words for us? Does Mark have words for us?
Yeah, it was, wild issues. I won't take it away for the time they're coming today. It's a long day, but it's going to bear fruit over time. Give us a little bit of time. There's gonna be several more steps, but I'm gonna be very excited about a final document and giving us a good track to run on.
Yeah, well, I want to say a few things. I'll turn it over to you. Okay, Brian, just remind me this is a formal meeting, so we do have to adjourn, but yeah, go ahead, Nick.
I think and I think Jay will echo this before he closes, but on behalf of Clackamas Fire, we recognize that individually we do good things, teams do great things. And thank you for coming in and being part of the team and making us better today. I appreciate the time away from your families, the dedication that you have to making the fire service better and the dedication that you have to making us better. And you do that every single day, right? So then to come in and really come in at an intimate level to make us better and ask hard questions and get us to expose our underbelly. Like I cannot thank you enough for that. We just got better today as an organization because of the three of you and coming in with your time to make us better. And I cannot thank you enough for your dedication to us and for me. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, Nick did steal a little bit of my thunder, but I'm glad he's good at that. But you three, absolutely 100%. Thank you so much for being here. And I know your work isn't done. We really appreciate that. And our job as a board is to the accountability to make sure what comes out of this meeting, we move forward with that kind of stuff. And as we have executive team meetings with leadership, this will be a topic moving forward over the next 3 years to make sure that we implement as much of this stuff as we can as we move forward. So we do appreciate that this is not. I'm sure that this is not just an academic contest. This is something that we're actually going to implement, and we appreciate you guys as your professionalism, how you led us today. That's been wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much. For the rest of you guys, everybody in here participated, and we didn't have any cardboard cutouts in here today. I appreciate the fact that you guys showed up, you participated, you were engaged, you're passionate. Your love for the fire district is quite obvious, and we absolutely appreciate that. And that's definitely something that we see, that you guys as leaders in our organization are here and you're participating and you're a part of wanting to make this organization better. And I think we all five of us see that. So that being said, anything else you guys want to say in closing? Anybody else want to say anything in closing before we do this?
They've all been here since 8.
I know they have. I want to give everybody. I'm going to wait. I got to wait till 3:02 so I have an even number. Just kidding. All right. Our next meeting is February 23rd at 5 o'clock. It's a regular board meeting at Station. It's a training center, unless Sheldon or Nick wants to have something sooner. But other than that, this meeting stands adjourned at.
Thank you.
You got to use it, Shelby.
Is that a?